So hello everyone online and in the room with us today. Thank you very much indeed for making the time to be here for our event on Decolonising Global Health for Early Career Researchers. My name's Dr. Roxanne Cainajad. I am a psychiatrist based at King's College London and South London and the Maudsley, and I do research in global health. At the moment, my research is based in Ethiopia on pregnant women's mental health, and in the past I have done a lot of collaborative work with colleagues in Somaliland, among other places. It's a pleasure that you're all here, and a lot of people have registered and taken the time to be here today, and it's wonderful to have you. We have a fantastic programme. I just wanted to say a few words before we begin. So welcome to London. We do have people in the room who have travelled far to be here today. So a huge welcome to King's College London, and I hope you have a really good experience. We've already discussed that EduRoam is malfunctioning, the shared internet access, so that's already a failure of our international collaboration, but I really hope you have a good experience. And I'll explain a little bit of a context to why we have European researchers here at the meeting in a moment. Welcome very much to everyone online and those who may be watching this back on a recording, depending on how we share that. We're really sorry that the budget for the meeting is quite small, otherwise we would have loved to bring you in person to the meeting. I think we all recognise that meeting in person is very crucial to networking and building collaborations, but I'm so glad that a lot of you are here online. Very big welcome to the actual meeting on decolonisation for early career researchers. Thank you for prioritising this. I know many of us care about it, but it's largely not the focus of our own work, so it requires us all to make time to be here. And I wanted to just acknowledge that it's quite sensitive. Some of the nature of what we will talk about is painful, either personally or because of things we do in our work that we think aren't good enough and should be better. We may engage in a degree of self-reflection and self-criticism. And I wanted to say the online space and the room physically that we're in, we want to be safe and we want to be able to be frank and open with each other. I just wanted to acknowledge that the funding for the meeting came from a King's Circle U small grant seed fund. And in case you don't know, Circle U is and apologies for the background noise, that is my own baby. So if you want to blame anyone for the background noise, blame me. Circle U is a European university alliance comprising King's College London and Aarhus University, the University of Belgrade. That's a very small logo, but I think that is the University in Berlin, Universitätsmedizin, UC Leuven, University of Oslo, Université Paris Cité, Universidad de Pisa and Université Wien. And this is a relatively new collaborative alliance and a very exciting thing for all of us who've had the opportunity to be involved. In the UK, I think many of us in academia deeply regret that we have left the European Union and want to build very much closer ties with colleagues in Europe. But I think Circle U has hopes and plans to involve colleagues beyond Europe, because clearly health and research are a global matter and the needs and concerns are not confined to Europe. I just wanted to explain that this event was organised by a committee of us who met this time last year in Paris when we were lucky enough to attend a summer school called Rethinking Global Health. And on the final day, Pascal, Grosse, who is speaking in the programme, gave some very stimulating teaching on the concept of decolonisation. And those of us who were particularly interested made a WhatsApp group and said, we want to learn more about this. And that's how this meeting has come about. That's a picture of us in Paris. It was a wonderful opportunity. I'd really encourage you to look here at the Circle U website for the future summer schools which continue to be run. And these were just my thoughts, but I would encourage us all to have ideas of our own about the day. That because it's a sensitive subject, because it's painful and difficult and really important, that we all come to it with openness, but with self-reflection, with candor about what we've done before and what we do in our practice and what we can do better, with empathy for others if there are practices that upset us that we think should be better, self-compassion, but also if things are shared that shouldn't be shared beyond. We are recording the meeting, so bear that in mind with what you share. But if people share things with you, let's keep them confidential because people may be being very honest, and let's respect that. And I think above all, this is a chance for us all to learn and think about what we can do better. Those are my suggestions. I really encourage you to suggest your own. We do want this to go beyond the people physically in the room and in the physical meet and on the online meeting. So there is a hashtag on Twitter we want to use called ECRDcol, which will help us to find all the tweets that you make about the meeting. Kitty Saunders is in the room and is going to record a podcast, which we will share with you all afterwards. Tomorrow, in the same physical room and also at a Zoom link, we're going to have a not a formal conference or set of talks, but a gathering of people who are keen to take this work forward by perhaps applying for a grant on the subject, doing collaborative research or doing something else. So tomorrow there's a chance for more dialogue. So today we have a lot of talks with Q&A, but if you would like to be further involved, I will share links for tomorrow's event, both in person and online. There's a feedback form, which I'll talk about later. And I think due to GDPR, it's important that I get your consent if you'd like to receive more emails about this. So in the room, on the sign-in sheet, you can indicate if you're happy to receive more emails. And online, I think you also need to tell me that you're happy to receive that meeting. We've just had lots of people enter. This building has a large number of entrances, so I imagine you were just lost, and I apologise for that. Welcome to everyone who's just walked into the meeting. I think, yes, those are the end of my slides, and I should probably attend to my baby. Oh, this is our programme for today. So we're really excited, and that is the end of my slides. So our first speaker is just going to wait for the slightly crashed screen to recover, but our first speaker is a member of the committee who organised this meeting, Omar Deraz. I'll let him introduce himself to you. I think, Omar, would you like to share your screen now so that we see you?
Maybe you on, I think.
Yes, we can see you and hear you. We can see both see and hear.
Yeah, I can just start. Thanks. Hi, everyone. So I'm Omar Deraz. I'm an Egyptian dentist and researcher and a PhD in epidemiology in Université Cité, as Roxanne was saying, how we all met and how we've been working on this project, which is very important, even though we live in a world that's increasingly polarized and so on. So this is one of the difficult topics that we need to address in order to move forward and to achieve what we want to collectively do as humans. I would like also to commend your interest and participation in today's topic around decolonization of global health and the role of medical researchers. What can we do actually about it? So the topic I chose for today, I don't think I can cover it in 10 minutes, however. So I can give you my personal experience, my lived experience so far as a dental trainee, as a researcher, living in Egypt for 27 years. So as you might know, the relation between Egypt and Britain has been complicated, to say the least. And I noted some problems. For example, there's an obvious problem of privilege and also power asymmetry in terms of gaining access to training to global health, for example, which is mostly requiring language skills and mostly English language skills to access such training. So I think also this feeds in the power asymmetry. to gain this training and to be a leader in global health and so on. So the second problem, I guess, will be also language, but you need to, for example, prove your language skills before joining any program abroad. As a student coming from the South, you probably don't have enough money to pay for these kind of trainings and these kind of courses, and all this also is a part of the selection bias that we end up seeing in the international students and so on. So we have paid language walls, which are a barrier in my opinion. We're also talking about fees for applications for universities, which are usually around £100 and so on, which not everyone can pay. I think also one of the biggest issues is the publishing system and the Anglophone mostly publishing system, which leaves so many researchers out. Other than that, also scholarships, which are usually conditioned, and there are few solutions to accommodate for all the professional and academic aspirations of students. And this is mostly the points I can summarize. Of course, the visas as well, because it's not really a bilateral agreements. Usually it's one way and not the other for British researchers, for example, to go to study all around the world. The opposite is not really true. So these are the main points I wanted to cover so far, and I'm sure you all come from different places and everyone have their own experiences, and I think it's really important that we have similar events like today's to discuss them and to have a more global picture on how can we acknowledge first and try to find solutions to the problem of colonization in global health. To have maybe if you have any questions or suggestions, you can go for it. I'd like to, I'm usually more excited by the interaction part. I'm not sure if
does anyone in the room have a question?
Are there any questions in the chat? Did you see some questions? They say thank you, Omar.
Juliana's raised.
or maybe if you have some nice articles to share, you can share one with you.
Juliana, if you can unmute yourself, you can ask a question.
Mine was less of a question, but it was more of the just great work to hear in terms of the, I guess, the reflections from Omar, and I hope that's what we're going to hear a lot more about today, because I think when you're working in this space, it's those other hidden bits that people just don't think about that completely can impede people's work in this area. That it's not the work is often hampered not because people don't have any motivation or interest or aptitude, but it's these things in terms of these hidden payments and, you know, trying to kind of get your work out there and be in the space that hasn't actually been geared up and well suited to actually do that work, and for those people that are in there. So I just thought it was really good. I was spending ages trying to work out how to do my things on Zoom, and you'd think I'd be able to do that after, I don't know, 3 years of doing it, but I still haven't. So it was more like, thank you, Omar.
Well, thank you, Omar, for the short presentation. Thank you, Juliana, for your questions. And if there are no further questions, we'll continue with the next participant. My colleague Hassan will present you our next.
Thank you very much, Omar, for that great presentation. Very brief, but very insightful. My name is Hassan Jai. I'm from Gambia, and it's my honor to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Pascal Grosse. Dr. Grosse is a historian and practicing neurologist with a specialization in neurologic sleep medicine. His focus is on research related to theory and practice of biopolitics, including especially from European and German colonialism, but also has many other historical topics with biopolitical implications. He has also become involved in innovations in medical education and currently serves as the academic chair in the CircleU, European University Alliance, and has really pushed forward topics related to global health in a broad European context. Dr. Pascal Grosse will talk on decolonizing global health with a mind map approach. So I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Grosse. Thank you.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Once again, my name is Pascal Grosse. I'm from Humboldt University, Berlin, and the medical faculty of Humboldt University is called Charité, Universitätsmedizin Berlin. And this is something sometimes a little bit difficult for other people who don't know the institution to disentangle these two institutions, but they're related with each other. So I'm here. Thank you very much for the invitation, Roxanne. You asked me, I think it was already last year, end of last year, whether I would be happy to come. And I said immediately, yes, I would like to come to share a few thoughts on decolonizing global health with you. So I'm here not in order to put you to sleep but rather to wake you up to a certain degree. And as you, excuse me?
People online can't see your slides yet. So if you go to the bottom, you should be able to share screen.
Which is where?
Share screen. And then your presentation
Is this one here? Share.
It's already shared, right?
You just need to
Go to the presentation. Should be. Is that working?
Yeah.
So everybody here in this room is seeing the presentation and also online, apparently. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I'm here to wake you up in various ways, hopefully, physically and intellectually. And as you can imagine, when it comes to decolonization of global health, which is a very large topic, obviously, it's not to give instructions for use, but rather to think about it conceptually, how this wording, decolonization of global health, what this actually could imply, both historically speaking, I'm here as a historian, but also for today. When it comes to concepts, usually we would like to have it straight, sort of ordered. We have point 1, point 2, point 3, in order to understand the concepts lying behind something like decolonization. I opted for another approach, which is much more common these days, which is rather to develop something like a mind map, meaning that I would like to get the concepts first, identify them, what they stand for, what they've meant historically, in order then to rearrange to a certain way these main ideas of concept. And this is, I think, something which is the discussion for the rest of the day. Here, I would like just to get the order the basic ideas regarding decolonization of global health, a mind map. I had to think a lot about the question of, well, what's the implication for early career researchers? Because Roxanne put in the title, Decolonization of Global Health, Early Career Researchers. And when you look for literature, you basically, when it comes to early career research, you basically get to how can I actually develop a career? Here in this example, it's even sort of more tense. It's a survival guide for early career research, as if early career researchers were something like an endangered species. I actually also looked up for definitions of what an early career researcher is, because from my perspective, you're always early career. You always feel as you can't get old enough not to feel as early career. But what it actually means, it's a very technical term. This is something I wasn't aware of, particularly in the United Kingdom. I think elsewhere, not probably to the same extent, but it's a very much operational term, which includes, when you look it up, it's 8 years from doctoral work to something which is postdoctoral. And if you haven't made your career, then you will never make it again, probably. So what I'm not going to propose is a survival kit for early career researchers when it comes to decolonizing global health. But I was thinking, well, what could be an easy formula for early career researchers, what decolonizing global health could actually imply. So I looked at a text exactly on the topic. Unfortunately, we can't see everything here. Doesn't matter. So the question is, can we decolonize global health in university education? The response is, decolonizing global health in university education is crucial for promoting equity and justice in the field. Historically, global health has been dominated by Western perspective and practices which have perpetuated colonial legacies and reinforced power imbalance. So the asymmetry Omar already spoke about, which has implications of what Roxanne also mentioned, everything which has to do with colonialism and obviously also with decolonization. It's also about experiences, personal experiences, collective experiences, historical experiences which have come down to us, sometimes in a much more unconscious way. But what it comes down to is power imbalances, asymmetry of power, because this is one of the essences of colonialism. So decolonizing global health education involves acknowledging, addressing, blah, 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 and centering the experiences of voices of marginalized communities in global health discourse and practice. I'm not going to read this. Or one key step towards decolonizing global health this is about the indigenous voices. Do you have an idea who wrote this text? Who's the author of this text? Does it sound good to you? It's not bad, isn't it? Another important aspect is to prioritize the inclusion and amplification of diverse perspectives and voices. This includes ensuring that faculty, staff, and students from historically marginalized groups, etc. Who's the author of the text? Any suggestions? It's not mine. I can't write as well. Be aware as early career researchers not to fall into the trap of artificial intelligence. This is probably the most important, what I, as an elderly person, can give you. Nothing to do with decolonizing global health. It's the most important challenge, in particular for younger researchers, to have a sense of what is one's own idea and how to develop proper ideas of oneself, and not just collecting ideas from others. And in the old days, pre-artificial intelligence days, this was a hard task. We had in Germany quite a few cases of plagiarism in politicians, German politicians, and they had to step down from their positions. We don't call this plagiarism these days, we call it artificial intelligence. The crucial point is this is perfect, the texts are perfect, and actually this text, which I asked a colleague of mine, he's around 30, I work with him in a completely different project which has to do with medicine, and he uses ChatGPT all the time. I wasn't even aware of it until recently. And as a test, and also to test myself, what are my own ideas and what is probably something I assimilate from others without even being aware of it. I ask them, well, ask your machine, 1 page, how to decolonize global health in university education, English, just English version, no German version. And this was the result. The only imperfectibility of this product was 1.5 pages, not just 1 page. Otherwise, a perfect text. And this is what is sometimes, probably for non-English native speakers, the problem too, when the text is too perfect linguistically, and nevertheless a little bit shallow, because this is shallow. It's something which is obvious in a certain way, then you might be not aware that this was created from a machine. But this is the challenge for you today, in particular as early career researchers. First of all, to know how to use artificial intelligence, because you can't avoid it. It will be there, it's on the spot, it's in our lives, and we have to deal with it. But we have to deal it within sensible margins. Second, to recognize this kind of product. And third, always think, how can I go beyond that intellectually? Because the machine cannot produce, is not intelligent in the sense that it has thoughts of its own. It's just borrowed by other people and put together in a sensible and linguistically sensible way, also in an intellectually sensible way. If you give this piece to a probably very traditional medical professor in internal medicine, he or she will be offended by the text. So it has already a political leaning because it is about asymmetry of power. It's about colonialism. And many people in this world, in Germany, in the United Kingdom, in France, don't want to hear anything about it. Nevertheless, it's a representation of a particular trend, and I'm trying to give you some ideas how to get beyond these truisms, because it's, to my understanding, it's nothing more than truisms. how did the discourse on decolonizing global health come about in the very sense of decolonizing global health? That in the global health system, there had always been asymmetries, not going back to colonial times is obvious. The WHO knows this as well, but the explicit expression of decolonizing global health institution, in this case, came about only recently, 2 years ago. And this was a discussion in the Lancet in particular. Leoba Hirsch wrote about it and putting the question, is it possible to decolonize global health institutions? Which obviously addresses in particular institutions like the WHO and other health-related institutions. So what are the key words? She defines this as a movement. So it's a bunch of people moving somewhere. And this movement was inspired in particular by other movements like Black Lives Matter, which she addresses explicitly, that it's a grassroots movement, bottom-up movement, students of global health in high-income countries, like, for instance, the United Kingdom, and it's fair to say it started in the United Kingdom. As a reaction, schools of global health have made statements about racial equality and have allowed to address racism, increase staff and students diversity, and others. So it's about imbalances within institutions related to global health, bottom-down, a bottom-up movement. This is a nuisance. Where? It's about this view, right? Okay. Thanks. So to reinforce the idea of a bottom-up movement, we, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, so these are the main propagandists, want to be set free as if they were slaves. Do not want to be set free as if they were slaves. We will fight for our own freedom and dignity, which apparently is not respected in these institutions. Similarly, patient communities across the world, etc. The problem is basically that of white supremacy. So the discourse on how to decolonize global health institutions in this article is less about colonialism as we commonly understand colonialism historically, but equals, obviously, colonialism with racist white supremacy. This was the starting point of the discussion. There are a few responses to this article in the Lancet. A few weeks later, transformational learning to decolonize global health. This refers to a London university. So in the University College London, decolonizing the medical curriculum. It's not now, it's the curriculum, not just the individuals working in it, it's the curriculum, reiterates these prejudices are not limited to racism, as Leoba Hirsch said, but also to classism, sexism, ableism, xenophobia, and gender discrimination. So the concept of colonialism gets enlarged beyond that of racism to other forms of social inequalities and, one can say to say, marginalization. Going beyond that, this is from an advertisement from this year from my university, University in Berlin, where it says the hidden mechanisms of power diversity, discrimination, and the decolonization of university. So here in this particular talk by a colleague of mine from the Institute of Gender and Gender Politics, it's the university itself as an institution, which is a representation of colonialism, which needs to be decolonized. These are just 3 examples: the Lioba Hirsch article, the other article out of the Lancet, and the Berlin example, which invoke the question, what do we actually mean by decolonizing when we talk about decolonizing global health? Because we have here 3 completely different paradigms as to what to understand by colonialism. Could be white supremacist racism, it can be any kind of social discrimination, or can be the institutionalization in the academic setting as conceptualized as being colonialist. I would say we have to be much more specific. We can't use a term of decolonize when it wants to be sharp and effective. Then we have to be precise as what we mean by decolonizing global health. And this is why I would like to get you a little bit into what this image of decolonization actually implied historically. Because usually the term decolonization was meant to set a particular date, particular transitional period, which has a date. For instance, just a random example, could be any other example, the independence from Belgium colonial rule in the formerly known Belgish Congo, then called Congo, today Democratic Republic of Congo, which was a particular day, the 30th of June, tomorrow, in 1960, particular day. Congo became independent, as Gambia became independent in another year. Nigeria became independent also in 1960, etc., etc. 27 countries in sub-Saharan Africa became independent in the year 1960. And this is what we have in mind, a transition. We were finally set free, liberated from a colonial power. And this is symbolically represented by a particular date.
Just to say, someone online said they can hear you better when you're nearer.
Unfortunately, and I can think better when I move. That's what I feared. Okay, so I will try to stay here and put my thoughts together. So now the big symbolic representation of what is independence from colonialism is obviously the United States becoming independent from Britain and the Declaration of Independence. And this is sort of the master narrative of what is to become independent in a colonial setting for all other countries to follow. But we know decolonization is not a fixed date. It's a process. Colonialism, here in this particular piece on Latin America, colonialism, independence, and the construction of nation states. So there is something new which comes after decolonization, and the nucleus of what is new, obviously, is already set during the colonial period, because otherwise it wouldn't have happened. So we have not to think in terms of dates. One day we have colonial rule, and then the government leaves Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is left to the transitions, and these transitions are very long. And when we talk think in terms of state politics, what happened in many countries which were colonized, which were no nation states before, like in most regions of the world. We have something like what we call also today nation building. But if there's no concept of nation, how does nation building actually occur? So this is very complicated. And we have many different instances, whether it be Latin America, whether it's division of the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, India, etc. So we have highly complex processes of decolonization we've had them in history, and it's still going on. A problem which I see is a historiographical artifact, meaning we have master narratives of colonialism, of decolonization, of post-colonial studies. So if this is working, then I don't have to walk around. And the main point is, and it's problematic to say this in the United Kingdom, the literature we have is an Anglophone literature, basically, when it comes to post-colonial studies. We have a master narrative. The master narrative is an Anglo-Saxon master narrative, very usually reinforced also by American universities. And you can see this is sort of a representation. This is a master program in a German university, large German university administered. It's post-colonial studies, but this is literature and language studies and cultural studies, but it's all in an Anglo-Saxon matrix. And this Anglo-Saxon matrix very often is just transposed to other instances whether it's Danish colonialism, Italian colonialism, or German colonialism. And this is one of the tensions which arise. And universities in the Anglo-Saxon world work in a different way, not just then in comparison to the continent, but there are national differences in the academic settings in other parts of the world, be it in Norway or in Germany, and it's different to a certain degree in the Anglo-Saxon world, in particular of one singular reason. There are these elite universities which have all the money they need. In Great Britain, in the United Kingdom, and in the United States. And we have very few comparable institutions with so much money on the continent. In this sense, European continental universities are much more similar with each other. And what we forget are these other narratives beyond the Anglophone sphere. This is just an example. Eduardo Galeano from the early 70s, Las Venas Abiertas de América Latina, which was a crucial book in the time. And this is post-colonial literature before post-colonialism actually existed in the Anglo-Saxon world. And this is something we very often forget, that there is a history prior to our master narrative, post-colonial master narratives, which I'm not contesting, say, wonderful, etc. But there's a history before that in other regions, which cover other regions of the world. And this is something we very often forget. My mind map on decolonizing global health. So I think we have to think about what are the actual terms and what they stand for. So with decolonization, we have colonization. It's just the opposition. We have global and we have health. So what are the concepts and historical processes we actually combine or see in these words? And then we have to think about how does this come together? So we have a historical process, and then we might identify a principle, an intellectual principle behind that. For decolonization, it's very easy. It's colonialist. Nothing more than that. A universe of different experiences, processes, overlaying, underlying each other, highly complex, and officially started with the colonization of Africa by the Portuguese and of the Americas by the Spanish and Portuguese, officially. Globalization is the historical process when it comes to global. So what's the historical process when it comes to health? Any suggestions? Healthalization doesn't exist. I would suggest here medicalization. The medicalization of the modern world, which started in, roughly speaking, in the 17th to 18th century in Europe, as we understand medicalization today. Obviously, there are different concepts of medicalization. So now we have three historical processes we have to look at briefly and what they stand for. So colonialism is something which is ingrained in our minds, but very often we're not aware of it because we see it everywhere, including in this building, because this has a colonial past. Bush House, BBC, this was the propaganda machine, so to speak, of the British Empire. And this is what we also see represented in the architecture. Why it's called Melbourne House, why it's called Australia House. Why do this is obviously the incarnation of British colonialism, imperialism in a particular way. So it's everywhere, not just in Britain, also in other countries. But what we have is, when we think about colonialism, is what I would call constant war. We very often forget colonialist practices are militarist practices. You can only maintain your, or a colonial state can only maintain its exercise of power, not just through civilian means, but inherently by military means. It's not just the exploration or the conquest of other parts of the world, but also the maintenance of a supremacist power. And this is obviously just can only be realized through the military. And this is something which we very often forget these days. It's about a power imbalance and not a rule of law, put it this way. This is inherent to old colonial practices. There is no rule of law as we understand it today. Obviously, there was law. There were laws installed in many different ways, but to please those who conquered these stretches of the world. And we have, in terms of social status, the asymmetry of power represented in this nice image, as with the idea of something which is called the master race, racial supremacy, white supremacy in all different ways. And it's not just about colonialism in this sense, but we should not forget it's also about slavery, which started in the 17th century, the enslavement of Africans, Black Africans. And this is a history which goes together, the history of slavery and the history of colonialism. When we look at the map prior to World War I, so this is the world 1914, what we see on the map is basically everything which is colored is either colonial territory or a colonial power. What is gray are supposedly not colonized parts of the world. So Latin America basically is not formally colonized, but what we have there, same with China, is different forms of colonialism, which are not formal colonial, which is not formal colonialism, which means there's no US American military in Latin America. There is no military or civil servants in China. Nevertheless, this is what we call informal colonialism. We have an asymmetry of political and economic power also in other parts of the world, which we call informal colonialism. And we have not just represented on this map, not just overseas colonialism, but also we have what we call today continental colonialism. For example, Russia was an imperialist power in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, because Russia was very small in the beginning of the 18th century, extending its territory over the rest of Asia. So this is also colonialism, although very often this is not being viewed as colonialism traditionally, because the master narrative, Anglo-French master narrative, it's always about overseas territories. Same holds true with Austria-Hungary, which was an expansionist imperialist country. So 1914, prior to World War I, there were either colonizing countries, colonial powers, or colonized territories, informally or formally. So the whole world was subdivided between these two categories, either or. There was nothing else. Only with the post-Second World War era, we had something which can be called a process of continuous decolonization. When we look at this history, what is the problem? And why do we have to think concepts of colonialism? The focus has always been on overseas colonialism, and we now know this is short-sighted. And we don't just have to look at the war in the Ukraine, because this is also something like a post-colonial war, so to speak. So we know we have to think in other categories when it comes to colonialism. The focus, tradition, for good reasons, when it comes to colonialism, is a national one. The French colonial empire, the Danish colonial empire, the so-and-so colonial empire. But colonialism is a transnational enterprise, and much less dictated by national characteristics, the British, the French, but rather by the realities on the ground. So the German colonial empire in Togo, the German colonial rule in Togo, was much closer to what happened in neighboring Dahomey, which today is Benin, which was French, than what the French did in Madagascar, although this was also a French colony. So we have much more to think in transnational categories and not just national categories. The focus has always been on formal colonialism. We forget about informal ways of colonialism, which to a certain extent have led to the concept of neo-colonialism. So colonialism after independence. And Britain is the master narrative. So in conclusion, I would contest a monolithic concept of colonialism. Rather, we have to think in terms of colonialisms in plural and many, many different colonialisms. Now coming to globalization, and the shortcoming here, to my understanding, is it's very often used, globalization, but what's the idea behind it? Most commonly, from a Western perspective, we equal globalization with modernization, following a Western model of development. There are many narratives of globalizations related to sociological categories, to economic categories, to other ideas of what globalization can actually mean. And when we talk about global health, for instance, this is what I pray, so to speak, is what do you have in mind with when you think about global? Do you mean the one world, global, or do we have global health as a new way to identify special medicines? Like, we don't call it tropical medicine because it doesn't sound very good these days. We call it global medicine, or global health, but nevertheless, we still mean different sectors of specialized medicines dictated by or relating to geographic or climate spheres. So globalization is very badly defined conceptually, and when we talk about global health, I think we have to bear in mind, do we think about just Western modernization, which is spread out throughout the world? When it comes to medicalization, I would insist it's not just medicine as medicine on the body, which is the use of the body for medical practices, but it's also about the mind. And this is what is stretched very much in public health and global health, that it's not just about body politics, but also body politics on the mind. And the avenue through which the mind became medicalized is psychiatry, as traditionally was psychiatry. I'll skip that. What we see when we look at a sort of a synthesis, when we talk about colonizing global health, we have to be aware of state politics applied on a global scale in a colonist context. And this is best represented, I would say, by the study of David Arnold already in the 90s, colonizing the body, which is, of course, a term which raises many symbolic ideas. Colonizing the body. It's a study of how the state, British colonial state, tried to get hold of those colonial subjects through medical practices, most notably exclusion or vaccination against smallpox, to develop something like an economically stable colonial state. Obviously, this resonates with practices already described by Michel Foucault in other contexts, which is the overarching concept, which is biopolitics. Meaning, in the colonial context, it's not just military force, which was at stake to suppress people within a colonial context, but there are more intelligent, more smoother ways of exerting dominance. This is what is shown by Foucault in particular, that medicine is one of the avenues also to exercise power in many different ways, but also with the end to control the local population. So what has happened in the colonies is what I would call the social engineering of asymmetric colonial relations based on bioethical, ethno-cultural differences. So coming back to the mind map, we have looked at the historical processes, and there have been suggestions of how the decolonization of global health could actually work. What you can read here is basically what artificial intelligence is retrieving. So this is nothing more than that. And I would rather look at the principles behind what we have just examined. So the principle of what behind colonialism, and this is my suggestion, rather of speaking of decolonizing in the sense of colonialism, I would rather think in terms of coloniality, which is a principle The same holds true for globality. And the last one is a very difficult one. Any suggestions? My suggestion would be that health and medicalization is a way to instigate ideas, concepts of what is normal and abnormal, because this is at the heart of Western medicine, to define normality and abnormality, both in physical ways as in psychological and psychiatric ways. So I'm coming now to an end. No more cards, please. I would suggest that coloniality should refer to a hegemonic discourse and practices instead of colonialism as historical periods. I think the term colonialism here in this instance is inappropriate because we have to look at many different colonialisms and many different historical periods and etc. Globality should refer to this idea of the one world and not address processes of globalization as understood as Western modernization. And normality, I would suggest, refers to scaling instead of setting universally applicable norms, which is usually the case. So, he's not here. So I hope I've gone a little bit beyond the ideas of what artificial intelligence can provide so far. If this were to be published, what I just said, probably artificial intelligence would immediately incorporate this into the answer, but for the time being, this is open to discussion. This is nothing more than a suggestion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pascal Grosse. Always interesting to listen to your talks. I think you've delved into the issue of mind mapping as it relates to global health issues. So at this point, I will open the floor for questions, both in person and online. So, yeah, you're invited to send questions to Dr. Pascal. I'll also monitor the Zoom questions in the chat.
We have to open this now.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah. Okay, so Omar is moderating the Zoom. All right. Any questions for?
Any comments, probably, rather than questions.
Okay, comments. I'll take that back. Comments.
Those who are from the UK in this room, do you agree that there is a certain shift in the discourse which is very specific to the United Kingdom and to the Anglo-Saxon world and is not necessarily the master narrative for the rest of the world? You're nodding.
But I'm not thinking.
That's probably why.
More clearly.
If I may ask, where you're from?
I'm from former Yugoslavia.
Yes.
Influences of Austro-Hungarian Empire.
So you're from the University of Belgrade?
No.
Okay.
From the University of Sussex.
Okay.
Not thinking.
So we have one question. Yeah, go ahead, please. Was that my voice echoing? Oh, someone was talking. Okay, there's a question.
We have a question in the chat.
Okay.
Eleni is saying, thank you so much for providing a wide perspective. It is a lot of to digest. Where would you suggest our shift of perspective could start from?
I would say from all three different points: coloniality, globality, and normality. I think these are these crucial issues. Nevertheless, I'm unhappy with but this is because I'm a historian, with a very lax use of the concept of colonialism. because this is such a wide area and implies so many different instances that I would like to find another word for decolonization, or otherwise be specific when we talk about global health. It has been a shift of perspective from tropical medicine to something which is more inclusive. So now we call it global health. But in my institution, among doctors, global health is very often, well, tropical medicine, nothing at all the medicine of the poorer countries. They don't include themselves in the concept of global health. This is what happens very often with medical people, with sociologists, with those in the social science. It's not those who do area study, Southeast Asian study, whatever. But with doctors, and they are one of the target groups, for them, very often, it's still, global health is nothing more than, well, still malaria, or at the most, obese people in the South Pacific. But they don't include themselves, our epidemiology in the Western countries, in the concept of global health. And this is why I find this so important to have a look at all three dimensions. Sorry, yeah.
Related question. Do we need another dimension which includes professional knowledge and professional practice? There's one aspect which also needs to be interrogated and appraised in terms of its role. We look at Australia's different colonial.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Question, and forgive me if you have answered this while I was trying to formulate my question, but arguably, I mean, these processes are happening simultaneously, colonizing, deglobalization in a way, moving away from the idea of normality within health. But is there a common thread that weaves these
Almost what?
together? Is there a common thread that can weave all of these processes that are happening simultaneously together in order for us to move through it, you know, well and gracefully? Or are these processes happening simultaneously that it might be that decolonization moves in a separate way from deglobalization, which moves away from the shift towards lack of normality?
I would think to bring the concepts together, as I've tried to do it by looking at the words and looking behind the individual words, but bringing it together. I think this hasn't been done too often. And usually it's looked at separately. So we look at decolonization, not having an idea about what kind of globality we're actually looking at. Deglobalization is something which has become something which is very recent because of the war with the Ukraine and the problems with China and the post-pandemic economic problems. Because progressing globalization, at least in economic terms, was the standard. Much more mobility across the world, be it economic mobility, tourism, or whatever. And now suddenly with the pandemic, paradigms have shifted a little bit, and with the war in the Ukraine, even more so, because to become less dependent economically from a Western perspective. No, but to look at it, in particular, to look at what do we find as normal through medicine hasn't been discussed really. And we see these shifting paradigms, in particular when it comes to mental health issues. When you look at the statistics at the moment, you have the impression that most German students, at least a third of them, have a psychiatric problem post-pandemically. So we have a shift of what we consider to be normals with the instruments with which we measure psychological normality. And suddenly you have statistics where it says 1/3 of the student population has problems to study and feel psychologically unstable.
I was pulled up when I was in the US recently for using the term decolonization.
You were what? Sorry?
I was told off.
Told off, okay.
I was in the US recently, yeah, in conversation by an activist for using the term decolonization because it still centered the narrative around colonization. And in that sense, was almost a perpetuation of, you know, colonial sort of dynamics and discourse. And I was unsure about that because on the one hand, I took that point that by centering this issue on colonization, it maintains it. But on the other hand, I thought that since the harm and the structure came from a particular place, it's important to identify it in order to try and kind of unbuild it. And I was interested in your thoughts about whether or not the term decolonization centers the issue back on colonization in the first place, or whether that's important.
Yeah, when you want to strip off or get rid of something, you reinforce it first. This is the. So what was, did this person have a substitute term?
He said liberation.
So like
Liberation and anti-liberation, but not colonization or decolonization is what he was suggesting.
So freedom as the basic concept. Here she said, Lioba Harms, we don't want to be set free. We want to free ourselves. So this goes even beyond that. It's a part of self-liberation within an oppressive institution. I don't have an answer to that. I'm a historian. I'm used to the term colonialism, but I use, and this is why I suggested coloniality as a principle, because it doesn't refer to a historical process, but to a principle. And I've tried to define what principle I understand lies behind it, rather than refer to a historical process. And probably this is a little bit in line with the person who told you off. But liberation, I don't think. This is, well, to me, as a historian, sounds very old-fashioned. And no better.
To move to our next talk, but there was one comment in the chat querying your referencing of Arnaud and Foucault, whether you think they are sense makers or are they actually part of the problem?
I don't really understand. What is critique of Arnaud and Foucault from a decolonial perspective? Sad to see them reasserted. Sense of makers. I'm not sure whether I understand this correctly. What I'm trying to address is, or wanted to address, is that Arnaud made a study in which he showed that the colonial state is an important actor to colonize through medicine. I can make it easier. Usually medicine is something which is benevolent, and we brought vaccines to the people, we brought medicine, hospital, etc., to the poor. What Arnaud is trying to say, well, yes, probably, but this has many different facets, because medicine is also a way of colonizing, occupying people in a colonial context, in particular when it comes to epidemic diseases, which is what he studies. So vaccination is one of the key issues, smallpox vaccinations, but also isolation, handling of cholera in British India, etc., and how these measures were applied. And this is what he called colonizing the body, not the mind, not the soul, but the body as an instrument. And this refers back to Foucault, who shows in his many books that biopolitics is body politics. And this is highly critical of state interventions, or at least it's a way to say, well, it's not just all good. We have different sides to it, and we have a new, and we saw this during the pandemic in the United Kingdom, in Europe, everywhere, between the state as an agent in medical practice and the individual. How should we behave? What can we do? Should we get vaccinated? Can we do whatever we please? How much are we restricted in our personal, etc.? And this is medical cultural practice and rather a critique. So I'm not really sure whether I understand the direction of the comment correctly.
Feeling maybe there are also things we should critique about Foucault and Arnaud that Sridhar is referring.
Yeah, but it's not made explicit.
I think we probably have to move on to the next call. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Grosse, for that insightful presentation on mind mapping as it relates to global health. Next speaker is Dr. Juliana Onwumere. I'm sorry if I get that wrong. She's a consultant clinical psychologist and senior lecturer at King's College. Dr. Juliana's research and clinical interests are focused on understanding the impact of mental health issues in families and improving the wider provision of psychological therapy for people living with severe mental health conditions and their families. So Dr. Juliana would give a talk on mental health as it relates to decolonizing global health. So I welcome Dr. Juliana.
Thank you. I'm going to try and share my screen.
Go ahead.
This is where I get really funny, but do you need admin rights to do this?
No. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, lovely. Tell me if you can see it.
Yes.
Brilliant. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so just pipe up if you can't. I'm doing this on a very sort of shaky laptop today. So welcome everybody. Welcome to all those that are online and those that are in the audience. I guess it's always funny when you do talks like this, isn't it? Because you know, sometimes you sort of start off with a disclaimer. Now I'm going to start off with a bit of a disclaimer. Obviously, I'm what, the third speaker today. So hopefully you'll have quite a range of talks today. I'm going to focus in slightly a bit of a different way. So, and it was absolutely fascinating listening to Dr. Grosse beforehand. So, as you've mentioned before, my work as a clinician and researcher is very much focused around health inequalities, and particularly those that relate to more sort of racialized inequalities. But the focus of today, which is sort of overlap with that, is really thinking around, you know, I took on board that brief about early career researchers, but I really wanted to think about global mental health. And I think things can get really lost. Again, I'm not on my platform, but I kind of am. I think things can get really lost when we talk about global health as well, because it kind of misses the fact that there is a hierarchy when we think around health. There's a hierarchy in terms of our resources. There's a hierarchy in terms of our workforce. There's a hierarchy in terms of how we kind of approach that. So today I'm focusing on mental health. And to do that, I'm going to talk a little bit, although we're running out of time, but I'll still keep to time, just a little bit about research in the area. And then I was hoping that we have, literally for the last slide, that we have a bit more of a broader conversation about what this actually specifically means for those of us, or anybody actually, as early career researchers. Okay, so I'm just going to press on. So if we think about families, just families in relation to mental health, you know, you're quite a mixed group. I don't know anything about you. I don't see any people online. I don't see you in the audience, but I'm going to just assume on the basis of probability that we're quite a mixed group. So if you think in terms of mental health and mental health conditions, not just mental health, how people talk about it, but mental health conditions, which can affect anyone, irrespective of lots of other things, but it's not, you know, it can affect anybody. But we know that if you have support from families or carers, again, you know, whether they're called informal carers, or, you know, families, whatever the term is, but they can play a really important role in being able to respond to areas of unmet need and facilitating people's progression or recovery. And again, in whichever way you define that, that's not the topic of today, but in whichever way you make sense of it, families can have a role. and certainly informal carers can have a role. And that might be in terms of just supporting people in their treatments, their engagement and services, even taking people along to appointments, identifying when things are getting, becoming difficult, and being able to access services and relevant services in the way that is needed. And certainly reducing, we know this sits on a large body of evidence, certainly reducing people's need for, hospital care, and most importantly, in any infrastructure across the globe, providing significant, substantial financial savings. But we also know that if you want to just think in terms of we're taking a bit of a global view, in countries where we talk about, whether you like the term or not, or low middle income countries, where often, we're working in different settings, we know there's a massive range, but where resources can often be very patchy, in some places incredibly limited, which has a real direct impact on what people would like to do, what people can do, what's within their gift to do. But ultimately, those on the end, which will be someone with their own lived experience of a mental health problem, and indeed their families, and indeed their communities, those can be the groups that suffer the most. So as I said, we know that families can play a really important role. I want you just to bear that in mind in terms of, responding to unmet needs, in terms of recovery and supporting people. And more recent work has shown that, even if you have families around, and you have what we might describe as a severe mental health problem or psychosis or something like that, actually, in terms of data UK wise, and in some other nations, that you find that you're more likely to be alive if you have the presence of a family member around. So that's really interesting, because I could talk at length about, what families do and how they can work and how they can kind of support people and support relatives who have mental health conditions. But I think it's also important just to bear this in mind in terms of what I'm talking about again today, that we know that even if we take a bit more of a global view about families and carers, again, whichever way they're defined, that our approach to them kind of differs perhaps across different nations, and different nations that have perhaps different structures in the way that societies are kind of pulled together. So perhaps in nations, and this is a really nice example, in countries where the families are perhaps often the healthcare system, that their role and the input and the care that we give to them is perhaps much more pronounced than when compared to other places and other settings where we have perhaps a bit more of a sort of an individualistic approach to how we approach mental health problems, and indeed how they need to be addressed. If I was generally talking to you, again, just in terms of, and this is in the UK, but this is also global as well, that we know that if you are in a role where you're supporting somebody with a mental health problem as a family member or as an informal carer, as someone who's just unpaid, we know that that can have an impact on you. It can have an impact on you mentally, it can have an impact on you physically, it can have an impact on you financially and socially. And it has nothing to do with any kind of deficits in your character and your well-being, but we know it can impact on you as a family. And again, some of you will sit there and thinking, but how does this even relate? What's this even got to do with the subject of today? It's got everything to do with the subject of today, because when we think around mental health, we must be thinking about families. But when we start to think globally, you can only be thinking about families. And it's an important bit for us to be thinking about as we move forward as early career researchers, in terms of, that sort of individualistic approach to working with mental health, wanting to intervene with mental health issues, but not thinking about the needs and experiences of our families that are affected. So when I was listening to Omar in the beginning, like many of you, I was just really interested because, you know, you're picking up on many of the issues that are out there. Like when we think about even just around publishing, when you think about publishing, when we think about literature, when we think about, you know, if we've got our early career researcher head on and we're wanting to go for the next grant and we need to write something that will make a funder really interested in us. And we're wanting to focus on more global issues. But where are we getting that information from? Whose stories, whose narratives, whose facts, whose experiences are being privileged? So we now know, you know, if you're, again, for some, I'm assuming many of you that are here are interested in the area, that's why we're here. We know, and we didn't know this before, we might have known it anecdotally, but this wasn't really going out, this wasn't being properly published in many ways, but we know that we have the experiences that we've seen and that we've been privileged to be party to in many nations that kind of talk about the experiences of mental health problems and indeed their impact on families have come from certain quarters of society. Because now we can begin to think about, actually, when we're thinking around even carers and across a whole range of countries, lower middle income countries, we know that they can also have their own difficulties. And so this is a really nice paper actually that talks about, you know, psychotic-like experiences that have been felt by informal carers. But again, why am I raising this? I'm raising it because it happens to be that, you know, we can see that across the board, but it was particularly those, you know, those caregivers in lower and middle income countries that were reporting higher levels of these experiences. Again, I want you just to keep this in mind, because when we then have our discussion about actually how does this relate to being an early career researcher, it's these sources of evidence, it's these kind of bits of information that are really important. We also know now, having a bit more understanding, that, you know, it's not just that we look at experiences of carers or families in whatever nation they are to understand their impact, but to also look at those groups who may well be documented as being of immigrants or migrants and what their experiences are in the country that they're residing in. Again, why is that important? If we're thinking globally, if we're thinking about global health, then those groups, even in front of us, even in the settings that you're working in, will be really important and have an important role to play in how we're formulating our ideas and how we're thinking about our experiences and how we're thinking about what research that we're even wanting to do. Done a lot of work looking at sort of burnout in family carers. And we know that if you're in a you're in a caregiving relationship with someone with psychosis, you can experience burnout. And for those of you that are clinicians and working in those kind of environments, you'll know that you might be familiar with yourself, or you've seen colleagues that have had that. You'll know how difficult that experience can be. But that's in a work role. I'm talking about people that this isn't work when I'm in a caregiving role. It's a private thing. It's a private relationship. And I can be incredibly exhausted, incredibly tired. But how many of us think about that in a more global fashion? How many of us think about, you know, many groups who might have very limited resources, where finance is a massive issue, that we can't even go beyond that to think, actually, these groups can also be incredibly exhausted. We've done some work just looking at sort of differences and similarities and experiences between groups, certainly in the UK, who've been most impacted by high diagnosis around psychosis and other severe mental health conditions, which in the UK, as in many other countries, but in the UK, are those that typically come from Black African and Black Caribbean backgrounds, and comparing that to white British majorities, and finding, yes, definitely there's certainly some overlap in people's experiences of families, but also areas of different. Again, why is she raising this? Raising this because when we are beginning to think about what we want to do, how we want to help in health or health conditions, what information, what data is informing that? And is that just data and information from the groups that we have in front of us? And is that what we're talking about when we're thinking globally? Is that what we're thinking about in terms of the different types of narratives? So what's really interesting, again, for those who are interested in the area, is really noticing and really being pleased to see this, a steady trickle, let's just call it a steady trickle of different narratives across the globe for groups that have been typically underrepresented in the evidence base around families and mental health coming into our published literature. And there will be some of you that will sit there and think, oh, you know, does that mean Juliana's just privileging the peer-reviewed literature? Right now, I don't think it's an either or, but I do know that as an early career researcher, and indeed any researcher to be fair, when we are writing about and formulating the different ideas that we want people to pick up on and run with, we are going to those published papers. But if those published papers are basically ignoring a whole group, sometimes a whole continent of narratives and experiences, that becomes an issue. So in similar ways, we have, you know, there are different types of studies that try and pick up on, you know, and, you know, give credit to try and pick up on the different types of evidence base that carers from across the globe, from different communities, both big and small, in terms of how they think about their caregiving relationships. And this is fundamental for anybody, not just an early career researcher, to be thinking about how we can get more of this data, more of this information, and supporting those groups and those groups in those countries, in those communities, to be able to kind of share that information. This I raise because across many parts of the globe, not all, but across many parts of the globe, you can be in countries, you can be in areas where there are typically recommendations about how we should be working with families who are affected by, you know, conditions like psychosis. But I guess and they're really important and definitely, you know, informed by the evidence that is available, which is really important. But I guess it goes back to a bigger question, an important question, and much more sort of a call for action, again, is how we can ensure that there is even greater data, that there is more data, that there are more stories out there that are able to speak to the broad range of experiences that families can have who are impacted by psychosis and other mental health problems, and not just in the communities that we have in front of us. So what we now know, again, really nice recent review, just showing that we know that family-based interventions, if you're working and trying to support families affected by psychosis, can be helpful across a range of countries with different health systems, different social structures. So we know that. We know that when we kind of pull all that data together, that can be helpful. But I guess one of the key questions is that we're not pulling that much data. So of the small numbers of studies that we've got, we know it can be helpful, but we need more. We need more because if you work like I do, a bit in the UK, you have many of us who are interested, not just alongside the sort of global narrative, but are interested in the experiences of minoritized groups, the experiences of groups who are typically underrepresented, and are keen to kind of develop a greater evidence base to make sure that what we do in our healthcare is targeted, what we do in our healthcare is directly informed by the groups who are impacted, as opposed to a simple application or transfer of what we know in this group to this group. And it's not always the case that, translating things doesn't quite, it's always a bad thing. No. But what it does mean is that we may not, and we often are not, asking the right questions for those groups, and also putting our right emphasis on areas that they consider to be important. So what's interesting now is that we are seeing, and again, this is more of a shift in publishing. We are seeing, again, a trickle, I would say. Some may argue if trickle is strong enough, but we are seeing a nice trickle of papers where we are seeing those different groups who are focused on trying to do family work with groups that we wouldn't normally have seen. So this is some nice work from groups that are looking at, countries and nations that are not America, that are not in Europe, but are in the Middle East, or in Asia, and on the African continent. And this is really helpful, all for the obvious reasons, sure, but it's helpful in terms of what I consider when I think about our talk today, in terms of being able to incentivize and inspire and motivate other researchers, be it whether they're early career or not, to be mindful and look around and think about what are those structures, what are those barriers in place that actually prevent different groups across the globe being able to kind of be on the same platform and share their information, their research, their findings. As I said, similar work from, people in Singapore and Asia. It's just really nice to be able to do that and see that. And as a clinician, and certainly as an academic who has a particular focus on family work and tracking how that, the research plays into what we do clinically, plays into what we do educationally, that is really good to see. In some ways, it kind of developed in parallel, so I wouldn't say it's out of it, but I was really particularly keen and have been particularly keen on thinking about how you get groups of people together globally, for me, how you get groups of carers together. So irrespective of whether you're in a small town, for those of you that might know, in Surrey, or a village in, eastern state of Nigeria, or, in America, in Canada, wherever. But can we get people together? Can we get loads of people together to kind of think about what their experiences are, and to kind of really support and provide a helpful platform to drive interest, both in the experience of being a carer, but also the interest in actually getting groups together to think about research. So here at King's, where I'm based, we were fortunate enough to receive support to develop a free online course that focused on supporting carers and those interested in the issues of people who are affected by psychosis, to help them and help improve their understanding, their experiences, for people to share their stories. And we developed it nearly sort of 5-6 years ago now, as those of you again familiar, one of the world's first, and this was the world's first massive open online course. It was a global platform. For those of you that are familiar with MOOCs, it's a global platform. You can access it from anywhere, providing you had internet access. It was free to access and continues to be, and very much trying to get over that barrier of cost being an issue to kind of exclude people, or being an issue to stop, getting great minds together. And it was, as I said, designed to kind of increase people's understanding about psychosis and facilitate those important discussions. In light of the fact that it was global, this is a course that runs 24 hours. It's running at different time zones all through the, every day, and recognizing that people learn and take on information and share information in very different ways. So the course format is very mixed. So you've got part of the course, you can watch talking videos, you can chat with other learners, you've got downloadable resources, you've got quizzes, in-house polls, infographics, just different ways that people can, you know, update and kind of benefit from these resources and this information resource. And it covered lots of different areas that were informed by carers themselves. And these were carers across the globe. These were carers who were able to kind of feed into our process of actually what might be important to, what information might be important to learn about, what information would help them in their roles. And since we've run the course, we've had, you know, over 50,000 learners from all continents and different groups. And I guess one of the, when I think back to the whole brief of today, again, one of the really strongest parts for me is about getting different groups of people together. So kind of moving away as far as we can from the sort of siloed approach to, for me, for mental health care, the siloed approach for, you know, developing great ideas or thinking about how we can optimize coping. What was really been incredible and continues to be really powerful is you can have a carer or indeed, you know, professionals who work or based in places where there's very, you know, their healthcare and health and social care system is very different to another carer and where they are. But what they come together on is their experiences and their ideas. So this brings me, and then I'll stop sharing my screen. When I was thinking about what's really important, what is super important for early career researchers on the subject, on the area of decolonisation. And, you know, when you were listening to Dr. Grosse before, again, I was just smiling because I just thought completely, you know, the can you decolonise? What does it mean? Who understands it? Who gets to dictate what it is? I think if I had to consider my four top bits for anybody, and I've put early career researchers, but at any stage, I think fundamentally, and it's wonderful to have talks and spaces like this where we're able to kind of chew the fat and have these discussions, you know, at a very, you know, a very reflective way, I guess. But I would argue that, you know, first and foremost, everyone in this room, whoever we are, whatever stage, whoever we think we are, we need to be identifying, we need to be questioning, we need to be interrogating, and we need to update our own lens and perspectives. That's what this is about. This is about, and I say this because having done some work, I was fortunate enough to get some funds to do some work in Nigeria. And it was only when I was there, and you think, you know, as a researcher, you think, oh, I know this, I know that, I've read this. It was only when I was there, when I was with the people on the ground, when I was at the college, when I was in the hospital, when people were telling me and talking to me about, but, you know, for them, actually doing the research meant they had to pay for it. They had to pay. It came out of their budget. It's not some sort of special budget that somebody else gave them. And I don't need to run through all the sort of impacts and implications of that. And, you know, people would think as a, you know, as a Black African female, gosh, Juliana, I'm sure you knew everything. No, we don't know everything. And our racial status, our ethnic status, our country status doesn't give us a pass on that. So I think in terms for anyone, there is the real identification, the questioning, the interrogation, and then to update your lens and update your perspectives in the context of that information. But for me, a really important thing is, and I was just listening to talk beforehand, I'm always wary, this is a personal thing, but I'm wary, like or not, I'm wary of those that get stuck. You get stuck on a word, you get stuck on a term, you get stuck on decolonisation without that moving to anything else. So before you know it, it's 1 year, it's 2 years, it's 3, 4, 5, and you're still having that same conversation. And before you go there, anyone in the crowd, that is not me, because I'm really clear about that. That is not me demeaning it. That's not me not recognizing the importance, but it is me calling out those of us, those of you that get stuck. You get stuck on the question, but there's no action that follows afterwards. So my point was, consider what is your action plan? This is for early career researchers. This wasn't a workshop for people working in the baking industry. So that's why I'm trying to make it really clear. But what is your action plan? From what, from updating your own knowledge, from understanding and thinking and questioning about information, narrative, what gets privileged, but what does that then mean in terms of what you do? Because if you don't get to the action plan, you're just a talker. Yes, that's my view, but I can only hold on to my view. And then the final point I wanted to share was, but conversations about decolonisation, conversations about race, equity, ownership, freedoms, all of those things, they do not happen in a vacuum. So this is where we start to think about authenticity. Because if you are that said person that, I don't know, you like to go to talks, you like to be there and you're talking about decolonisation, and this is great, and this is what we need to be doing, we need to bring down the systems, X, Y, and Z. But yeah, on the weekend, you're acting in a certain way. In your workplace, you're behaving in a certain way that completely actually goes against all of those underlying principles. Then I would say go back to bullet point 1 and go through those steps again, because the focus and the narrative and the energy that we give, or that you will give if you want to give to issues and principles around decolonisation, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It doesn't. Recognise that if you're on that road, it will share and it should spread and it should infect all the other bits of work that you're part of. And I'm not saying that we need to start with everything, but I am saying that don't do just that one bit and then behave in a way that slightly, or if not grossly, contradicts the sort of major overarching principles that anything around trying to be more equitable, anything around trying to question, anything that's about inclusivity is trying to do. And that's just information on the course. So I'm going to stop sharing now. I hope I was in time. Yeah, 6 minutes in.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juliana, for that great presentation. So now I invite comments, reactions to her presentations, both in person and online. Maybe Omar can monitor the questions online and I can focus on those in person. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Juliana. That was really, really interesting talk, and I was so fascinated by the course that you're running. And I'm just curious to know whether what balance there is between practitioners and actual carers, because I would guess that it would be very popular with practitioners because it's just something, it's something that's out there that you can go to, and that's fantastic. I'm just wondering how that works between the proportion of people that are family carers and the people that are kind of working as a professional role, and how that works.
It's probably 80% carers. Then you have people with their own lived experience, psychosis, and then you can have professionals and everyone in between that. The course, if you've ever, those that are familiar with MOOCs, I mean, it's a wonderful course. not just a conflict of interest me saying that, but you have lots of people who have really led on how they understand psychosis and different things, and you know, across the board actually, because you'll have practitioners in many different countries who have, you know, been party to the sort of similar curriculums in many ways. But no, the course, because the course is designed for carers, but it's not closed to other groups. Because it's about caring. But if it, you know, things that are about caring are also about being someone with lived experience of psychosis, and then that's about being professional. So it's still, in a long-winded way, the larger majority of those from caring backgrounds.
I'd love you to put the slide back up at the end so we can take a photo of the link.
Yes, of course. Oh, I can just send it to you as well.
Fantastic.
Let me just do that now. I'm just going to quickly share this thing.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, can I ask a question before I go? So we've got a couple of minutes. But for those, because I think it's really interesting. I think it's great, Roxanne, and everyone in terms of organising today. But, you know, it said it was about early career researchers, although, you know, I thought it could be for anyone. Well, what do early career researchers take from that in terms of, well, in terms of anything? It'd be interesting just to hear.
Yeah.
I think I really appreciated the sort of moving from just talking to action plans, and just how important having that action plan for the whole of your career is just quite nice to be reflecting on, and what that looks like and putting that together. Yeah.
Is that Celine?
Yeah.
Gosh, he sounds really similar. Hello.
Right, thank you for that. I think there's a question. I wonder if the recording will later be shared. Oh, okay, that's for the organizers.
We are recording it, but we haven't decided yet how we'll share it. So please stay online because we haven't quite decided yet. It depends how everyone is with it being.
All right. So hopefully before the end of the sessions, we'll make a decision. Yeah, it's a question from Julie.
Good question. Thank you, Juliana. And this is about the MOOC as well. There's so much that, you know, you've shared that was incredible. And as an early career researcher, I have, you know, many thoughts and questions, but specifically for the MOOC, how much of it was developed alongside CARES in terms of the content?
All of it.
All of it. And what was that? Could you share a little bit your experience of what went well and what didn't go so well in co-creating?
I think one of the things, I mean, it's not just in relation to the MOOC, but I, you know, it's always the benefit of hindsight, isn't it? You've always got to learn how to manage people's expectations, and that includes your own. It really does include your own. I think, you know, hypothetically speaking, I'm not talking about myself, but if you were someone who just really likes to approach things and get it really perfect, and you find out that things don't kind of work out in your way or to your time, you could, you know, as I said, hypothetically speaking, I'm not talking about myself, you could just end up thinking, oh God, this is not, you know, because you have these principles, this is not staying true to what, you know, agreed, this is what everybody wanted. But actually with time you learn it's about managing people's expectations. I think in terms of what I learned, what went well, I think it's because you just don't travel so far in terms of doing your work without, it's almost by consent that you then, and then if it goes all wrong, you're having to travel back on your own. So I think that was really nice. So we did loads of, you know, even before we started with the whole consultation about whether it is even the right thing to do. then the work around trying to work out what needed to be in there, how it needed to be in there, what the messages were. Yeah. So no, it's not, I think just because, and this might be different for something else, but because this is around caregiving, but also because it's bar one or two things, there's no exact right or wrongs when you're in an informal caregiving relationship. There's some, there's some factual stuff about how, certain groups might understand psychosis, but caregiving is ultimately a very private relationship where you're often learning by trial and error. So the more sort of voices that you can invite, but also that allows people to feel that it's meaningful, but also that you have a voice as well. Yeah, that's quite important. I don't know if that answered your question, but
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Juliana, for your talk. So I wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, speaking to the tensions that exist between families and individuals that you spoke about. And I wondered whether if we move as mental health professionals to thinking about families as our kind of unit of our thinking, which is kind of what we have both advocated in our conversations together over some years, that thinking about families clinically is as important, if not more, than thinking about people just as individuals. I wonder if we do that, if we deliver that kind of sort of family-oriented mental health care within a diagnostic framework, whether that really might, is that one of the things that's making our work more inefficient? Are we actually talking, when you talk about supporting carers and family-based interventions and co-producing interventions and care with families, doesn't that really mean a kind of reimagining of the whole thing? And so then which brings us back to the kind of tension between Dr. Grosse's talk and your own in this sort of different critical versus more kind of impact focused perspectives, right? So, and I wonder whether one of the things that I find frustrating in my own work is that there isn't really much space for actually criticizing what you're doing yourself. So someone said, actually Roxanne said at the beginning, we have to reflect on the things that we find difficult about our own work, our own categories, terminologies, the fact that, I detain people in the course of my day-to-day clinical work, that sort of stuff. The space for that isn't really opened up in, the grants and research work that we have to do. So I wonder whether that's something that I just appreciate being here, being able to spend time in this space to do.
yeah. And I'm assuming that's Fish as well. I love recognizing people's voices. I can't see anybody, I can just see myself. But I would argue, just a little bit, I'd probably agree in some ways, but I would argue that it's really interesting. If those of you know me, family work is a big part of my life. Whenever we get to think about families, there's always a sense, it's always within the framework that you're having to do extra. We're having to do extra. It's a bit more work. There's this and there's that, I guess. But if I think about what we're talking about today, which was, early career researchers, decolonisation, basically global stuff. This is what I mean in terms of needing to check ourselves, if we need to be really colloquial about it. Many people come from systems or societies or structures where it isn't just about the I. It never has been and never will be. And we need to always, as routine, as opposed to an extra on top, be thinking about what those needs of those families are. I don't see it for me and the work I try and do with others that it's in competition. What artificially is created is that we have such limited resources that you're either forced to think about one and just, I guess, commiserate with the sadness and the issues of another. And what I would like, particularly if we're thinking more globally, which is when I think when you do think about things more globally and you want to do this work, you have to think about the structures that are around the person, the service user, and that ultimately for many of these in many of these countries will be families. But I get it. I don't think I'm disagreeing with you.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question from the chat.
Yeah, so or perhaps we take that as the last question because we are running behind.
Oh, you're okay. I was just making sure we go ahead. Yeah, let's take the very last question.
Yeah, Omar. Yeah, Omar, go ahead, please.
Can you?
There's a question about the future of children mental health.
Is this the one that's in the chat?
Yes.
Let me just read that. So I'm on a small computer. What would happen in the future? And in relation to, sorry, thank you. Can you speak up about the current issue? I'm sorry, I can't speak to the current issue in, it'd be just like off the top of my head. I can't speak to the current issue in Canada, but is there a specific bit? I mean, I think I know the bit that you're talking about, but I don't want to, I'm not going to kind of go there without knowing that.
Yeah.
If you type really quickly, or you can just shout out.
So perhaps the person can send you the message directly and you could take it from there because we are running out of time. Unfortunately, thank you so much, Dr. Juliana, for that great presentation. At this point, I want to invite my colleague, Maria Cristina, to present the next presenter. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Juliana, for the talk. Thank you, Hassan, for the introduction. I'm a researcher at the Medical University of Vienna and at the University of Vienna in the field of international development and public health. And I'm delighted to present our next speaker for today, Rebekah. She's already here with us in the room and joined the presentations before. She's an associate professor at the University of Oxford in the field of African studies. She has graduated from the same university as well as the University of Harvard. And she received university fellowships from Radcliffe Institute at the Harvard University, as well as the Swedish College for Advanced Studies and the Institute of Advanced Studies in Humanities at the University of Edinburgh. Furthermore, she has taught at different universities in the UK and the US and then South Africa. And she's working primarily interdisciplinary. So, for example, in the field of anthropology, public health, and history. And she's also an editor for the Journal of Southern African Studies and the member of the Council of the Royal Historical Society. Thank you very much. We're glad to have you here today.
Okay, we'll try. Sorry, while we're waiting, I realized you probably have an eye on lunch coming soon. So if you want to sort of stretch a little bit and have just a little bit of a break, I've got some slides I would like to show you, not too many. And I am aware of the time constraints. So
let's see how that goes. Is that yours? If you tell me. Sure. That's it? That's it, yeah. Okay. Yes, I'll try to share it. Yes, please. Which one? This one, right? Yes, that's it, correct. And then we put it in a presentation here. Okay, great. Is
And
that,
then yeah,
is that
that's
the way you
it.
want it?
Yes, perfect. Is that okay?
Yeah,
And then
sure.
I can just press this. Yeah.
Exactly, to continue, and you can also use
No,
that.
it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Thanks very much. Thank you, Cristina, very much for the introduction, and to Roxana and to Polona, who I think is joining us online, for the invitation to speak to you today. What an impressive, inclusive and ambitious initiative. So congratulations. Greetings, especially, I don't actually know which way to look, greetings especially to the global audience of early career researchers who are joining us online. I'm convinced the dialogue and connections spurred through today's talks will make a critical contribution to the ongoing conversation on decolonizing global health. Surely this is, just only the beginning. So I think it's particularly fitting that a talk which centers the African experience is part of this conversation. I am not the first, nor will I be the last Africanist scholar to emphasize that Africa does not exist solely as a place or space of disease, pathology, or never-ending crisis. Viewing the continent only through the prism of what is lacking only tells us what Africa is not, rather than what it actually is. This call to see Africa in all its complexity and nuance has animated my life's work and intellectual engagement with the continent. So indeed, the subject of health is a particularly rich one, through which to consider how we can learn from the African context. Interdisciplinary health-related research on Africa, in Africa, and more recently led by African academics, clinicians and health practitioners, organizations and advocates have increasingly become more visible and influential on the global stage. And I was heartened by Dr. Onwumere's, kind of nodding to some of the literature coming out of the Zambian context around mental illness, for example. Indeed, the African case, I think, illustrates vividly that health, for sure, certainly is a generative construct. So this is my most recent book, Health, Healing, and Illness in African History. It explores some of the outlines and outcomes of that generative dynamic. I'm not going to give you a potted summary of it. All this to say is that health in the African context is not and has never been a state of being, but a process with its own complex dynamics, trajectories, and capacity to change. Health has also been historically a space of contestation between multiple and diverse actors and institutions, both locally and globally situated. That is the African story. That contestation has been manifest in debates over disease etiologies and their physical, social, and spiritual significance, diagnostic technologies, treatments, and therapies, as well as the appropriate ethical and behavioral conduct necessary to prevent and respond to various health challenges. So what's clear, particularly with respect to the protracted several centuries long encounter between African healing systems and Western ones, is that a singular understanding of an approach to health was never uniformly or passively accepted by the African populace, even during the colonial period when a certain form of medicalized biopower was at its most coercive. African patient communities proved active as well as adept negotiators and resistors. Hybridity, flexibility, and pragmatism became hallmarks of African health decision-making, and we see that to this day. Now, the historical imprints of this, alongside the long shadow of distrust of externally imposed medical technologies and their attendant totalizing epistemologies, are still visible today in African responses to global health interventions concerning HIV/AIDS, Ebola, and most recently, COVID-19. So for this lecture, or this brief talk rather, I'd like to focus on one of the key problematics that my book considers, and which continues to animate my own research. So that's the question of primary sources. I don't know how many historians are here in the audience, but so what I call the stuff of history.
So for Africanist scholars of health, as well as for historians of Africa more generally, the paucity of primary source material powerfully shapes and to some extent defines our research agendas. In the African context, it's generally acknowledged there's a fundamental lack of longitudinal data with respect to key health indicators such as births, deaths, fertility, morbidity, and mortality for certain diseases, as well as demographic data derived from regular census taking. The lack of what's called baseline data makes it very difficult to build a coherent picture of changing health outcomes over time, assess the efficacy of longer-term health interventions or disease eradication campaigns, or simply answer thorny but very relevant questions, such as, did the colonial period negatively or positively affect African health? Where available primary source material concentrates, for example, in the Colonial Archive, those sources tend to privilege Western or European conceptual and narrative frameworks, which certainly makes it very difficult to discern African forms of agency that go beyond simply being subject to or responding to European initiatives and ideas. Moreover, colonial documentary sources overwhelmingly focus on interactions with African males and male elites. The health experiences of women and children are, by and large, conspicuously absent. So scholars like a challenge, and I would say some of the more exciting developments in the field have arisen through those scholars taking up the gauntlet of making more visible in the historical record African understandings and experiences of health through creative interpretive approaches of existing primary source material, but also by casting a wider net for new sources and alternative source types. So by way of illustration, I'd like to focus the remainder of this talk on just a few brief examples derived from my ongoing ethnographic and historical research on health in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as drawing from material from my next book project, which is a study of death and memory in modern South Africa. So what I hope to show is the analytic potential of incorporating both visual sources and oral testimonies in the work of recovery of African pasts. Okay, first slide. Heathen practices so-called heathen practices at funerals. This is an image taken from Filippo's 1843 book, Jamaica, Its Past and Present State. It depicts a scene of a burial divination observed in Jamaican slave society at the time. So this ritual practice, if you're unfamiliar, which has its origins in parts of West and Central Africa, occurred in cases of in response to cases of unnatural death. As you can see, the pallbearers at the front are running with the coffin overhead. Essentially, a set of questions are directly posed to the deceased, and the deceased response is manifest through the physical movement of the coffin bearers who lurch towards the person or dwelling in order to indicate those responsible for the death. So I'm sure you'd agree there's a certain dynamism in the image. The pallbearers run within the circular framing created by the community of mourners, the huts, and the tropical vegetation in the foreground. The image captures that sense of dynamism of the divination ritual. There's the circular frame created by the child running towards them in the foreground, that gathered community, and the huts and the lush vegetation on the left. So as you may be able to read there from the faint inscription at the bottom, Filippo regarded this practice as a clear example of slaves' heathen, I put those in quotes, orientation. So however, I argue that this image should instead be viewed as a visual fragment of a resilient African healing tradition, one which survived the Middle Passage. The former slave, Olado Equiano, also known as Gustavus Vasa, in fact, recounted a similar instance of burial divination in his famous 1814 narrative as part of his very detailed descriptive account of the medico-spiritual healing practices of the Ebue region in modern-day Nigeria and Equiano's natal home. So he gives a short quote, which I don't think I have time to read, but if you go back to the slave narrative, it's there in chapter 1. Interestingly, unlike the image here, in which the ritual exists in a dynamic but suspended animation, in Equiano's account, the divination successfully identifies the person responsible for the deceased. Another way to think about burial divination is that it is a ritualized form of interrogation of the corpse. In other words, it is a type of post-mortem procedure. What are modern-day medicalized autopsies, after all, but a set of questions posed to the deceased, whose answers the forensic pathologist gleans and attempts to discern from the bodily remains. Both types of post-mortem procedures are responses to the problem of unnatural death, and both assign a type of analytic or ontological power to the deceased body. So I'm interested in connecting this longer history of African involvement in and understanding of post-mortem procedures to the development and institutionalization of forensic pathology services in a newly democratic South Africa. So this slide is I think, quite an evocative image of a forensic pathology officer, or FPO, in a brief moment of respite at work in one of the state mortuary facilities in South Africa on the outskirts of Johannesburg. So created by the 2003 National Health Act, FPOs are a new and evolving category of health worker. They assist in the administrative, investigative, and medical processing of unnatural death cases. FPOs collect the deceased from the scene of death, take preliminary evidence, and deliver the body to the mortuary. In the mortuary, FPOs initiate formal processes of identification of the deceased and liaise with police investigators. FPOs clean and prepare the body for autopsy. They make the first incision and remove organs as required by the resident forensic pathologist. FPOs close up the body after the pathologist has finished their investigation and prepare the body to be received by the family. Importantly, FPOs are the public face of the mortuary facility and of the forensic pathology services as a whole. They staff the main reception area, escort visitors to identify the body, and liaise with undertakers and family members to arrange for a body's final release. So between 2010 and 2015, I collected numerous oral testimonies of Xhosa-speaking FPOs at work in Cape Town, South Africa, and observed them at work. So I don't think I have time to read verbally this following short vignette, but if you could please kind of scan it right now while I'm speaking, that'd be great. So as the following vignette shows, Black Africans, FPOs' existing views on death and the dead body have informed and been transformed by their particular intervention in the death process. So this is Luvuyo, which is not his real name, and his sort of narrative and experience of journeying, first as a cleaner at a mortuary facility in Paarl, and then becoming an FPO, and his initial experiences and feelings of, sort of confrontation, I suppose, in the course of his work. I look at FPOs like Luvuyo as key mediators and translators. And here I mean more as cultural translators than in the strictly linguistic sense, between African mourners and communities on the one hand, and the medical or health sector, which they formerly occupy on the other. I'm interested in FPO's testimonies because I think accounts such as Luvuyo's provide intriguing snapshots of the uneven and indeed morally ambivalent process of the medicalization of death in African society. Furthermore, FPO's personal and professional trajectories offer a window onto larger processes of transformation at work in post-apartheid South African society. During the apartheid period, which was 1948 to 94, healthcare provision, medical services, and medical education were highly racialized and inequitable. Moreover, forensic medical science as an apparatus was utilized as a tool of the apartheid state, deeply implicated in the removal or manipulation of damning forensic evidence from the autopsies of Black Africans who were victims of state police and security force violence. The apartheid state was also culpable for the mishandling of bodily remains of those victims, including some instances of organ harvesting in state mortuary facilities, as was revealed poignantly through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's investigation of gross human rights abuses during the apartheid era. In this context, then, the experiences and testimonies of African FPOs as handlers of the unnaturally dead speaks to both the transformation of health services in post-apartheid South Africa, as well as pointing to the lingering perils and disquiets faced by Africans involved in pursuing what I call sort of new life and death services in the country. Right, so that's the opening couplet. So I'd like us to consider another couplet of sources. Again, one visual and the other derived from oral testimonies. This is a body map of an HIV positive survivor, perhaps a familiar image to some of you. These have been sort of widely circulated. So this is a body map created by a South African HIV positive survivor whose name is Bongiwe. Body maps are deeply intimate and poignant self-portraits of HIV positive survivors, an expression of how survivors imagine the HIV virus and its toll on their bodies. I use this particular image as a teaching tool. Then I could be here all day discussing with you the subtleties and complexities of Bongiwe's visual language. For example, her rendering of the HIV virus and its physical toll on her body, for example, through the depiction of the logs, a flame placed between her feet, and the bright red bright red cells swirling in her central body cavity. But for the purposes of this lecture, I'd like to focus on this image as a potentially potent historical source. Body maps are the visual end products of a particular type of therapeutic intervention and AIDS advocacy work that came into prominence in South Africa in the early 2000s, at a time when access to ARVs was negligible and social stigma around a potential positive diagnosis was high in the township communities where the AIDS pandemic was at its most destructive. Body maps became, for survivors like Bongiwe, a powerful visual symbol of quote unquote positive living, a public declaration of one's HIV positive status and one's entry into a refashioned community of fellow HIV positive survivors. In this sense, then, the body map attests to a particular trajectory of change at work in South African society. But Bongiwe's body map is more than a snapshot of a particular historical moment of AIDS advocacy work and health intervention in South Africa. It's more than that. It captures a distinctly historical journey of social, personal, and bodily well-being. So if I could please draw your attention to the figure in Bongiwe's belly, which is a miniature replica of herself drawn inside the larger contours of her body with the marker 46 kilograms placed next to it. This tagged kind of mini Bongiwe is a clear reference to the Bongiwe that is, her AIDS compromised self before she began taking antiretrovirals. Inscribed in the margin to the side, that's the right side, by her leg, is the reference 46 to 58 kilograms. The 46 kilograms connoting the Bongiwe before taking antiretrovirals, and the 58 kilograms connoting the version of herself after the ARVs. The bright red slash mark on her bent arm is a scar, which alludes to a violent gang rape incident, which marked her a few years previous to her HIV diagnosis. For Bongiwe then, her body map expresses multiple temporal arcs, a past experience of sexual violence which predates her diagnosis, as well as a personal and intimately embodied trajectory of change from ill health towards wellness since contracting HIV. Importantly, through this particular therapeutic interventions, Bongiwe became, in effect, through this body map, a curator of her own life history. So I argue we should view body maps and other first-person illness narratives, which have been created and curated during the HIV/AIDS pandemic. They are inherently historical sources. In the context of the historiography on health and illness in Africa, this burgeoning corpus of first-person accounts in visual, digital, and textual formats presents a potent corrective to the distinct lack of primary source material on African experiences and understandings of health and illness. Given that women's voices tend to be foreground in the majority of these kinds of personalized accounts, these narratives also have the capacity to redress, at least in part, the gendered imbalance that marks this historiography. As Bongiwe's body map instructs us, we need to pay analytic heed to the gendered and historical contours of the HIV/AIDS pandemic and to the individual emotional and embodied logics of HIV-positive survivors. I also envision that these first-person narrative accounts may also constitute the empirical basis of future histories and collective biographies of AIDS activism. So any ECRs out there, please seize the gauntlet. Right. So I'm gonna just leave this slide. Some of this may be familiar to many of you while I speak. So even for those HIV positive survivors like Bongiwe, who have fashioned new lives out of the ashes of the AIDS pandemic, death may remain a powerful marker of both bodily and systemic vulnerability. So up until 2008, when inexpensive generic antiretrovirals were finally rolled out on a wide-scale basis across the country, contracting HIV for many poor South Africans was seen to be tantamount to a death sentence. So these statistics bear some witness to this human tragedy, and I just sort of ask you to simply meditate on the figures I've reproduced here on this slide. But again, these may be familiar to many of you. So I'd like to show in this final vignette, taken from an oral testimony by someone who I've named Vuiseka, an HIV positive survivor and AIDS advocate. She works for an NGO in South Africa. So if you could take some time to read through this here. Essentially, it speaks about, it was a sort of a death narrative. It sort of talks about her experiences losing her young baby who died in hospital in 2003 from AIDS-related gastrointestinal failure. So basically, she didn't receive the drugs that would prevent mother-to-child transmission. Whilst she was pregnant, she only got the ARVs after the child was born. So the baby was born, and she recounts the sort of wasting away of the baby. And there was an intense period of mourning, but also a lot of guilt through this. And this sort of guilt was very integral in a way to her trajectory as an AIDS advocate in the NGO that she worked. She recounted an experience of sort of stuckness whilst working for that. And it took a sort of separate kind of intervention, working with an organization that looks at more proactively death and the dying process and works with NGOs and advocates and carers to think about more explicitly and confront sort of anxieties and emotions around death itself. So Vuiseka took part in that course, and she sort of reflects on some of her experiences and her kind of changing trajectories as a result of coming to terms with her daughter's loss, with the loss of her daughter, sorry. So in my forthcoming book, Death and Memory in Modern South Africa, I reflect on stories such as Vuiseka's to explore death as both a regressive and transformative force in the lives of HIV positive survivor turned advocates. So I argue that in the growing literature on AIDS advocacy and what's called responsibilized citizenship in post-apartheid South Africa, more analytic space needs to be devoted to understanding the role of death, in particular the unresolved deaths of loved ones, in shaping an HIV person's HIV positive persons' illness narratives, and the trajectory of the self's rebirth that can be mapped onto this. Furthermore, as the AIDS crisis itself evolves into its fourth decade, and the requirements of AIDS advocacy move beyond simply ARV activism, the role of capacity building organizations, so those kinds of organizations who provide behind the scenes mental and emotional support for groups on the front line of the epidemic, those become all the more critical in shaping the personal development and autonomy of individual HIV positive advocates. So by way of conclusion, I'd like to go back to the question that I started with in this lecture, or the statement. Why is a focus on Africa and its history important to understanding health, global health? What can we learn from these accounts from Africa? And how does this expand our view of health, not just in Africa, but beyond? And of the problems and possibilities of doing research in this field. So I'd like to suggest a few ways to embrace the African example. First, embrace fragments. As Achille Mbembe has termed these elusive and partial primary sources, like the ones I've shown you today. And so if we see sources as fragments, we can more readily accept that there may be no grand narrative linking them, nor uniformity of voice or experience contained in them. Fragments are inherently unstable, resisting the imposition of meaning and with no readily discernible internal coherence. Handling fragments, of course, entails on the part of the historian or scholar a different skill set. So one which we may be poorly equipped to assume. And this may be something as ECRs that you think about as how can I expand my toolkit? How can I become more imaginative and prepared to handle these types of sources? Nancy Rose Hunt calls the process of working with unstable fragments a type of suturing or stitching together, a patchwork history of African health from an assemblage of disparate parts derived from a diversity of material. Working with fragments often requires an unmooring of conventional notions of time and chronology. So rather than seeing history as a linear progression or unfolding, these sources, like the ones I've shown you today, I hope, urge us to embrace alternative temporalities and geographies, one in which it makes complete sense to connect a mid-19th century image of a ritual binding Jamaican slave society with a 21st century testimony of a state mortuary employee in South Africa, or to suggest that a contemporary body map can function simultaneously as a personally curated memory box. Embracing fragments also requires a different ethical orientation to our sources and our work. How do we read these sources sensitively and ethically? How do we honor them and convey their richness and their limitations to others? Finally, embrace interdisciplinarity. So I recently read a short think piece on the lack of dialogue amongst the diverse and disparate strands of research on COVID-19 across and within the natural sciences, social sciences, and humanities. And this particular article ended with this forthright invocation: interdisciplinarity, if it is to prove worthwhile, is not a matter of addition, but of negotiation. So I'm convinced that interdisciplinary approaches, such as the ones on display in today's talks, are the key to unlocking the meaning and significance of these fragmentary sources and capturing more authentically the multivalent and multifaceted experience of health and illness in our world today. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk. I really love the pictures.
Did you? Yes.
Yeah. It says so much. Also, the first one show the black and white one. It gives a lot of impression and insight about the situation. So since we are already a bit later, or later than we expected to be, are there any questions in the room? And I'll also try to monitor the questions online. Yes, please.
Hi there. Thanks so much for such a beautiful and powerful talk. I wanted to go back to something you started off with, talking about the hybridity or contested nature of health. And that strikes me that those are slightly different ways of looking at it. Hybridity implies that they can be brought together, and contestation implies that they are to some extent kind of battling each other. And I was just interested in both the experience of patients who themselves are internalizing that dynamic of different systems of understanding health and disease in their bodies. Do you think that they commonly do come together as a cohesive whole, or do you think that there's a cognitive dissonance there, and in that cognitive dissonance itself a form of trauma? But I think my second part would be, how should we adopt thinking about that hybridity when we look at global health and colonizing global health? Because it strikes me one model would be to say, how do we take formal health systems that are based on biomedical or Western models of healthcare and expand or adapt them to make sure that other perspectives of health are integrated and included, but the risk that that itself is a colonial act in a way, and it might be subverting or kind of, pulling other models of healthcare under a kind of Western umbrella, or to what extent actually it's important to keep them distinct in order, to prevent that. So I was just kind of interested in pulling out that earlier point and what that means, because I think certainly for my work as a medical researcher, that's something I have to kind of figure out, and I'm not sure what I think about it.
Yes, that is an incredibly complex set of questions. I'm happy to have more conversation about that. I have no singular answer to the question of hybridity, flexibility, fluidity, contestation. So as a historian, I've been trained to say it's contingent upon place and time. So I don't have there is no uniform pattern, I would say. And that is partly what I go through in the book, which really rests on that. So to some extent, I think this issue of internal cognitive dissonance. So I would say the scholarship is the historical scholarship on African incorporation of biomedical, traditional, and also other types of healing. And it's not just binary, obviously. Like, so in the South African case, there was a sort of Indian Ocean dynamic, which brought a different sorts of healing traditions. And so I would say that one resilient theme that emerges from the scholarship is that external observers overplayed the issue of cognitive dissonance in African patient communities when they're faced with these multiple therapeutics, overplayed them compared to the extent to which patients themselves experienced cognitive dissonance. I would say that many patients compartmentalized, but the way in which they compartmentalized also differed. Some mixed and matched different healing techniques, some for the same medical problem, or some used Western therapeutics for particular diseases. Some, so the kinds of mixing that happened, and obviously all of this changed over time as well, with the development of certain kinds of, say, pharmaceutical therapeutics, drugs, and the sort of ways in which rumor just sort of information traveled. So those things are, subject to change over time. I would say that the general rule is that those scholars who care to look internally at African perspectives, there was much less confusion from their perspective. And the fact that there was very little confusion was a source of frustration for missionary doctors, for public health officials, to this day. So I would say that the kind of internal cognitive dissonance is perhaps less of a reality for many African patient communities, I think. That's not to say that there isn't dissent. certainly African medical doctors, you know, and in the kind of decolonized immediate decolonial period, they very much wanted to project kind of authority and difference. So they were very much involved in trying to create perhaps a sense of binary between biomedicine and, you know, kind of indigenous systems. And that was part of their sort of professional agenda as well. So again, like this is all dependent. And then how do we adapt this view formally in decolonizing global health structures? So I mean, I'm a firm advocate in learning from history. So I think that there have been movements in which, are we ending soon? There have been moments, historical moments where there has been a sort of return to indigenous so-called indigenous understandings and framings. Sometimes the indigenous has become essentialized itself because, you know, that's sort of almost a politicized framework. Other efforts, particularly around mental health, for example, you know, some of, and I go into this in the book, some of those kind of initiatives really address the challenge that Dr. Onwumere was mentioning about sort of different ways of thinking about approaching mental health care, involving family, involving collectives, not so sort of hierarchical, kind of vertical. And those were actually pretty successful, but only, and worked well in very resource poor environments. I'm talking about mid-20th century. There was a sort of return to African forms of mental illness as opposed to the asylum, the so-called lunatic asylum. But then that also faded as well. So I would say that there is no kind of one solution, but I do think that we can learn from these moments in which there were some sort of effective ways in which local practitioners, local ideas, cosmologies, as well as local understandings of kinship and family, where those health decision-making systems happen. That's where the health decision-making happens. There are ways to sort of flatten the hierarchies that are present. Sorry, so yeah, I think.
Do we have time for one quick question online?
Please, Omar.
So, Dr. Amari is, thank you so much, Dr. Rebekah. Do you think African traditional medicine is well studied? I think this is a question.
So I'm not sure I understand the question, like as in, so for certainly, I think that local healing traditions, both historically and in the contemporary period, deserve more attention. Not least because patient communities are utilizing these sources and sources of knowledge and their therapeutics every day. So I do think that they need to have more attention. Some African governments, for example, are trying to incorporate a focus on traditional healing, but this is done in a very kind of uneven manner, I would say. Certainly the history of local therapeutics and particularly local African pharmaceuticals and pharmacopoeia, I guess, deserves a lot bigger focus. And there are scholars who are working in that frame, but there's certainly more to be done. And there's a whole body of kind of religious studies scholarship that has an ethnographic anthropological scholarship that looks at sort of healing, but it tends to be couched in a kind of very different frame. I think that there's a way to recapture those narratives, recapture those techniques away from sort of an emphasis on, you know, magic or witchcraft, and kind of re-examine them as healing traditions. So there's a lot of potential out there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you for the question, Omar. I think, Roxanne, we are kind of over time.
Very unnerving not seeing your picture, isn't it? You forget that you're on camera. Thank you so much for all our fantastic speakers and fantastic questions, and to everyone's attention in a really stimulating and exciting morning. I just wanted to say, building on what Dr. Rebekah has just shared with us, that one of the talks this afternoon, which is recorded, but it's by Dr. Maria Cristina Quevado Gomez, builds on this question about shifting paradigms. I think lots of us in the room maybe come from a medical education perspective and feel quite perhaps trapped in quite a positivist paradigm in all the research that we do. And I think there is a huge amount that we can learn from different ways of thinking and different methods, including visual and ethnographic methods, which has given me a lot to think about myself. I think we've done pretty well with time. We are slightly over, but our next speaker after the break, we have someone speaking very briefly on a novel model of publication called Stolen Tools. And then immediately afterwards is Dr. Renzo Guinto, who is speaking to us from the Philippines at about 8:30 p.m. his time. So I know it's not a very long lunch break, but do please come back promptly at 1:30 British Summer Time, so that we can resume the talk. But do please leave the building, get some fresh air. Anyone who was on the organising committee or a speaker, I have a lunch voucher for you. Sorry to everyone else, we don't have budget to cater, but there's some beautiful pedestrianised benches, and actually it looks like it's not raining. So if we would like to all go and have some lunch, then I'm going to pause the recording, and everyone online will be back at 1:30 British Summer Time. Thank you. Yes. I think it's safe, but probably it's too valuable to take the risk. I'm going to. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope you all managed to get some refreshment and nourishment, and sorry for the short lunch break. We have another wonderful packed schedule for the afternoon, and we have just Renzo, our next speaker, has very kindly given 5 minutes up to a colleague of mine, Dr. Sohail Jannesari, who's going to tell us briefly about an innovative alternative to what he has seen and identified with colleagues as a very restrictive academic publishing model. So I'll give the floor to you, Sohail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and much appreciated, Renzo. I'm very grateful. So lovely to be here. So I want to talk about a journal that some colleagues and I have just started called Stolen Tools. And this journal is explicitly anti-racist in its mission, and it's focusing on health inequities. And we are trying to expand the idea of what counts as knowledge, what counts as academic knowledge, and who gets to create academic knowledge. So what we do is people don't submit sort of full manuscripts. They submit, they complete a little form about who they are and why what they want to say is important, and then we pair people up with mentors who work with them on their idea, and this could be in the form of a traditional sort of academic paper, but it could be in some sort of experiential piece, a recollection. We've had archive work in our first issue, and in the second issue we're going to have a sort of a fable as well. So we are trying to expand what counts as academic knowledge. We're trying to make that process of knowledge production more accessible. And I should say that the journal is by and for racialized minorities. So it's also, I hope, perhaps different in that sense. Yeah, and I've included a couple of links in the chat. So there's a link to our website, and if you just click on that, you'll see the first issue. Everything is, of course, open access. We had an open review system where the authors knew who the reviewer was and could ask questions and have a discussion in some cases. And Roxanne was very kindly a reviewer for a paper, and I think a mentor. So yeah, it's a work in progress. It's only our first issue. It took us a long time to get here. There were many things to iron out, many perhaps extra things, given the sort of non-traditional way we're trying to do it. You know, things around recruitment and mentoring and peer review. We want to work on that and make it better with each issue. So yeah, please do have a look. Please do get involved if you'd like. Please submit or offer to be a mentor. We try and recognize labor in all its forms. So we do pay people for their time. It's not huge amounts, but I guess it's perhaps more symbolic than anything. So yeah, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to connect with you, and yeah, that's it. So thank you so much, Roxanne, for your time, and Renzo for your time as well. So yeah, much appreciated.
All right, thank you so much for sharing with us the work that you do. And earlier, thank you to Dr. Rebekah for that interesting insight. I think there's a question.
But just to say out loud the name of the website, because in the room we can't see it. You're muted. Sorry.
Sorry, yes. So yeah, it's www.stolentools.com.
Could you also kindly share it in the chat?
It is
for those that are online. Okay, it's there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll also put my email in, so you please feel free to email if you've got any follow-up questions or want to know more details. The introduction article to the first issue also explains in much more depth how we work and our philosophy.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so welcome back. So now we move on to the next speaker, who is Dr. Renzo Guinto. He's an associate professor of global public health and director of plenary and global health at St. Luke's Medical Center, College of Medicine in the Philippines. Dr. Renzo has broad interest in global health, including prenatal health and sustainable development. His talk will focus on decolonizing power of prenatal health with perspectives from the Philippines. Dr. Renzo, please go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Good evening from Manila. I just finished my dinner. And it's great to be with you in this convening. Unfortunately, I couldn't be with you in person for obvious reasons. I'm many thousands of miles away from you, but thanks to the gift of technology, I can be a part of this important, workshop. Just bear with me. I'm still recovering from illness, so if I had to pause because of shortness of breath, please. Thanks for your understanding. But what I'm going to do is to share now my screen, and I've seen your program at least the sessions that you've already had during the first part of this event. And many of them have already talked about, the different aspects of the ongoing discourse around decolonizing global health. It was in 2018 when I first engaged in this discourse. I tweeted something along the lines of hashtag decolonizing global health. And that brought me to this, important and exciting and passionate discussion, exchange of ideas and experiences. But while that was happening, I was already very much involved in the parallel discussions around planetary health. And I wonder if several of you in this event are also either working in this new space of planetary health or are beginning to be interested in it. So maybe this is an opportunity to give you a bit of a different, take on the decolonizing global health discourse through the lens of planetary health. And I already alluded to these two discourses happening at the same time. On one hand, we have colleagues who are very passionate about decolonizing global health. On the other hand, we have comrades also who are working in the planetary health space. But there is very little interaction between the two communities. And although that is, I think, already starting. Of course, I already mentioned that the decolonizing global health discourse has certainly became more prominent in the past several years, especially during the pandemic. As you can see in one of the headlines, is COVID-19 magnifying, or now did it magnify colonial attitudes in global health? And these are just a sample of the headlines that have been published over the past 3 years, talking about different aspects of global health and how they are deemed colonial. And I just want to take this opportunity to inform you of a new Lancet Commission that I'm currently involved in, the O'Neill Lancet Commission on Racism, Structural Discrimination, and Global Health, which will look into these different aspects of global health's coloniality and racism. And as you can see, the commission is composed of a very diverse set of scholars, not only in terms of race and ethnicity, but also nationality and background and discipline, among others. So please keep abreast of some developments from this commission in the next 2.5 years. And we always talk about the many symptoms of global health's coloniality. A while ago, we were hearing from our friend Sohail about the need for anti-racist journals, journals that emphasize inclusivity and diversity in the authorship, in the conduct of research, etc. I'm sure you've already heard about organizations that are not very, representative of the different, let's say, populations or countries or cultures. But we need to make sure that decolonizing global health does not end up becoming a checklist or a tick box exercise. We cannot focus on the cosmetic and the superficial. Oh, there are already African sounding names in the byline. There are already people of color in the advisory board. We need to make sure that we go beyond the tip of the iceberg, literally, and look at the underlying structures, the mental models that underpin global health's colonial symptoms. And that means we need to tackle the asymmetries of power and privilege. And this is a caricature coming from an article that I co-wrote with colleagues, showing to you that these are all parts of the same elephant, and we're all addressing different parts, from racism to white supremacy to patriarchy, foreign gaze, lack of diversity, equity, inclusion, among others. And so here comes this additional layer to the decolonizing global health that I think we're not yet really looking into and speaking about. And with the climate emergency and all the other planetary threats that we are facing that will jeopardize the health of our human populations, of our health systems worldwide, then we need to make sure that this is part of the conversation. There's another form of colonialism that has begun in olden times and continues to be perpetuated in modern times. This colonialism over the environment, over nature, over natural ecosystems, over indigenous lands, over lands of other people that have been, done by our old colonizers and are continuously being done by quote-unquote neo-colonizers, like, fossil fuel companies and industries or multinational corporations, or even policies, treaties, so on and so forth. We know that we've colonized the climate. In one of the papers that I co-wrote, we describe the climate crisis as a form of atmospheric colonization. Before, we were only colonizing land and water. Now we are colonizing the air with all the emissions of carbon that, again, are coming from industry, from fossil fuels. And we've also not only colonized the physical climate, we also have colonized, the climate by which we will be solving this problem, our negotiation tables, our climate discourses, our climate solutions, with all the greenwashing that we're seeing around the world. And we are also perpetuating through the climate crisis the long-standing divides, inequities between the colonizers and the colonized, between the North and the South, between the West and the rest. And here is a map from the World Health Organization. You will see that the countries that have emitted the greatest amount of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere are not the same countries that will be bearing the brunt, that will be suffering the consequences of the climate emergency. The victims and the perpetrators are different countries, although, of course, all countries will be affected, all peoples will be affected, but some populations, some countries, some subgroups will be disproportionately more affected and affected much faster by this crisis. And similar to global health science and scholarship, even climate science is also colonial as well. Here you will see some headlines where there's very limited representation in, for example, our climate scholarship, the hot lists of climate scientists, even in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, which releases its report every 3 to 5 years, to present the state of climate science worldwide. And I think fundamentally, we've not only colonized the climate or the planet, we've not only colonized our science and our solutions, we've also colonized the future, our future children, and their ability to live and thrive. You can see here a quote from Greta Thunberg. You say you love your children above all else, and yet you're stealing their future in front of their very eyes. Another quote at the bottom says that we treat the future like a distant colonial outpost, devoid of people, where we can freely dump ecological degradation, technological risk, nuclear waste, and public debt. So this is the situation now because of that colonial behavior that we have towards planet Earth and towards the future children of our world. There is this framework called the Planetary Boundaries Framework, which was developed by the Stockholm Resilience Center in Sweden. And according to this framework, the planetary boundaries are boundaries or limits that cannot be violated, cannot be breached. Otherwise, life on Earth will be less conducive for human survival and for the survival of all living creatures. And unfortunately, out of the 9 planetary boundaries that have been identified, 6 are already breached or violated. And those are the ones in orange: climate change, biosphere integrity, because over the past century, we've seen the fastest rate of extinction of creatures great and small. Land system change, because we've been turning our natural forests, our natural habitats into agricultural lands, into cities, into human settlements, among others. Novel entities, which are chemicals, compounds that we invent in the lab, manufacture in the factory, and release to the environment. And one prominent example is plastic, which is now not just only floating in our seas and oceans, it is also now flowing in our bloodstream in the form of microplastic. The biogeochemical flows of phosphorus and nitrogen are also largely disrupted because of our addiction to artificial fertilizers in the pursuit of large-scale agriculture and for the advancement of industry interests. And the most recent planetary boundary that has been violated is the boundary for freshwater change, because we've not only been overusing or consuming water in lakes and rivers, we've been contaminating them again with plastic and other toxic chemicals. So 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries already violated because of our colonial relationship towards Mother Earth. And this should be a cause for alarm for the entire health sector. Again, echoing Greta Thunberg, we should be acting as if the house is on fire, but that is not how we are currently responding to this multiple crisis as a health sector in particular, but also as a broader society in general. And we know that when these planetary breaches do happen, there will be huge consequences for human health. You will see on the right that there is no single disease group that is going to be immune to these multiple planetary threats, whether it's our nutritional status, infectious disease, or non-communicable disease. People will be forcibly displaced due to, coastal communities being inundated, and even our mental health, the health of our brains and our hearts are also largely influenced by the changing environment. And so, we, in the past 3 years, we have survived COVID-19, but we should be equally, if not more afraid and concerned of these future threats that are already happening and worsening. Climate change, biodiversity collapse, which I mentioned as also one of the 6 boundaries. And these are challenges that we need to address sooner rather than later, or else there will be enormous and even irreversible consequences for human health for all, especially for the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized. And so what do we need to do? We need to decolonize our relationship with Mother Earth. We need to decolonize our relationship with the future. And here you will see in this quote that as progressives, we cannot postpone the design of a shared vision of our planetary future. And that cannot happen without dismantling the colonial structures of our present. So addressing the planetary crisis is truly a part of the decolonization discourse that we are having, the decolonization move that we need to make. They are all connected with one another. And this is another illustration from Dr. Rupa Maria from the University of California, showing to you the relationships between the different issues that we've been trying to address. And in summary, they are all siblings, the white supremacy over other people, male supremacy, aka patriarchy over women and other gender identities, and human supremacy over nature, which is characterized by the planetary crisis that we just described a while ago. Again, they are all rooted in this colonial mindset. And so this is a situation now. I always tell my medical students that we now have 2 patients, not just that kid who is wearing a face mask trying to protect herself from the unseen coronavirus, but also Mother Earth herself is wearing a face mask, trying to safeguard herself from the many irresponsible decisions and behaviors and activities that we are making as a humanity. And that is how the concept of planetary health emerged. This recognition that we cannot anymore just be treating sick people and ignoring our sick planet. We need to address both. We need an integrated and holistic approach because the two are very interconnected, deeply intertwined. The health of people and the health of the planet are inseparable. And in planetary health, we always, remind ourselves that we need to dismantle this thinking that we human beings are at the top of the pyramid of nature, that we can consume, pollute endlessly, contaminate, extract, mine, kill limitlessly. And instead, we need to shift towards a truly ecological approach. So from ego-logical to eco-logical approach. And in a truly ecological approach, we human beings live in greater harmony, solidarity, deeper interdependence with all the creatures, great and small, and with the other components of planet Earth, our one and only home. And planetary health also is very much rooted in indigenous knowledge systems. I invite you to read the work, for example, of Nicole Redverse, who has been writing a lot about planetary health and the role of or the importance of going back to indigenous wisdom. You know, this is just an example of a quote from one of the indigenous leaders of the Americas, Chief Seattle, who said that the earth does not belong to man, man belongs to earth. Man did not weave the web of life, he is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. And if you talk to a lot of indigenous communities, they don't see their own health as separate from the health of the planet. And this is what planetary health is now trying to revive. So in planetary health, we are also strongly advocating for greater integration of indigenous knowledge systems and practices into what we call, quote unquote, the mainstream, for example, science and practice and approaches. And this is something that we in global health, especially if we aspire to reorient towards planetary health, must do to integrate these long marginalized knowledge systems. And in planetary health, we also advocate for the renovation, the restructuring, and perhaps you can call it the decolonization of the political economy of planetary health, because it is very clear that many of the planetary health damages that we are seeing right now, the ones that I described to you a while ago, are rooted in the defective economic models, systems, ways of thinking that have been taught to us, by example, our educational systems, our universities, this idea that the economy can be represented by an infinite curve as if the planet does not have limits. And instead, we need to shift towards more holistic, more balanced economic thinking. This is an example, the donut economy, which was developed by Kate Rayworth. And as you can see in the donut economy, there are two circles, and one is one represents the outer circle represents the ecological ceiling or the planetary boundaries that we described a while ago. And the inner circle is the social foundation, which we cannot breach, or we cannot go below it or under it, because that means people will not have access to the basic essentials, the essentials for living: food, water, health, education, energy, among others. So this is another shift that needs to happen from ego-logical to ecological, and from this economic curve to a donut, which is more balanced and more integrated. And then we need to start, if we want to decolonize the way we view the world, the way we relate to Mother Earth, the way we treat other creatures, the way we look at, our health and the planet's health, we need to start with education. And, this is a framework from the Planetary Health Alliance for Planetary Health Education. I'm sure there are many global health education frameworks, and many of them highlight the importance of equity and justice. But this framework brings it to a much level higher, because now it includes a responsibility to the planet and to all its inhabitants into the equation. And I will not go into the details of this diagram, but as you can see, at the very heart of this framework is that restoration, or that repairing of our broken interconnection with nature, which I think is at the very heart of this colonial behavior with nature. We always see our nature as a commodity, as a property, rather than, we being part of nature's fabric, the web of life, as earlier mentioned by Chief Seattle in the quote. And you know, it's great that many institutions around the world are establishing planetary health units, centers, programs. Many of them are based in the global north, but we are also now seeing developments in the global south, and we should not commit the same mistake of global health again, that global health, you know, first developed dramatically in the north, and it's only recently when global health programs are beginning to be established in the south. And that's why here in the Philippines, we established the first planetary health program, not just only in our country, but in Southeast Asia. And as you can see, we are a very young, yet very diverse group of scholars, diverse in terms of discipline and sectors and backgrounds. And in our work in planetary health, we begin not with our academic work, our papers, our desk work. We begin with our work in the community. And we are doing scholarly work in the service of the community. And these are just some pictures of how we are doing planetary health work in our part of the world. And there's a lot of promise when it comes to planetary health education for students from different parts of the world to be learning together, especially in online platforms. And of course, this hybrid event is just one testament of the power of digital technology to bring people together and having speakers from the other side of the world. But for example, just recently, we collaborated with Utrecht University in the Netherlands to bring together Filipino and Dutch students to learn together about climate change and planetary health. And it has been a truly bi-directional learning, the Filipinos learning from the Dutch and the Dutch students learning from the Filipino students as well. And so we need to see more of these kinds of learning experiences in both global health, but also in this emerging space of planetary health. I think planetary health also offers a lot of opportunity for the North to be learning from the South. This became more, prominent to me when, for example, Germany was hit 2 years ago by unprecedented flooding, something that they haven't seen in their past history. And countries like Germany, countries in the North, can learn a lot from the experiences of countries in the South, like the Philippines, that have already endured so many of these climate-related disasters over the past several decades, and that have already built systems, processes, mechanisms to be able to adapt to these challenges and to establish resilient health systems and communities. And we want planetary health to not repeat the same mistakes of global health as an elitist group. I always describe global health, unfortunately, is largely still led by the old white boys club. But in planetary health, we are trying our best to make sure it truly reflects the communities that we work in, the communities that we serve. And for example, our community in the Philippines, Planetary Health Philippines, we always describe it as interprofessional, interdisciplinary, intersectoral, international even, and intergenerational, because it brings together the young and the young at heart in one community. And we always say that if the United States, or if California has the Silicon Valley, which is the epicenter of technological innovation, we hope that our country and many low and middle income countries can become the Silicon Islands or the Silicon countries of planetary health innovation. So this is another opportunity for the Global South to take leadership in this emerging new field discipline space. So I wish to conclude my talk by emphasizing that planetary health is our compass, is our new compass towards a green, healthy, just, and decolonized future. And I hope that my earlier slides provide some justification as to why this is so. And finally, I earlier talked about our colonial relationship with the future, how we colonize the future and their ability to survive, live, and thrive. But in planetary health, we are given another chance to become good ancestors, not to repeat the mistakes of our colonial old ancestors that didn't think about the welfare of ourselves, of the children living today. But we have the opportunity to be good ancestors. What we want is that by 2123, which is 100 years from now, the children of 2123 will read the history books, will look back to the past, and they will say that our generation of 2023 have become good ancestors to them because we made the right decisions, not just for ourselves, but for their health and their well-being as well. Are we ready to be good ancestors and not selfish ancestors to these children and to the future children of the world who are yet to come? So together, let's advance the health of people and planet. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Renzo, for your brilliant presentation, and also for the work that you do in plenary health. So at this point, we can open the floor for questions, or rather reflections, comments, and observations. Omar, you can also check online if there are questions. Yeah, thank you.
I'll appreciate reflections too, because this is a work in progress. This idea that planetary health has a decolonizing power that is yet to be tapped.
I do have a question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Omar.
Sure. Thank you so much, Renzo, for your presentation. So, data shows that the Philippines is one of the biggest polluters when it comes to plastics in the ocean. So, what are your vision, if you will, or what can the world learn from the Philippines if you do have a strategy to reverse that?
Thank you very much, Omar. And that is definitely a very embarrassing fact. We are not just one of the top 10 in terms of climate risk, but also on the other hand, as you mentioned, based on a report, we're #1 in terms of producing ocean plastic pollution. And certainly it's something that we as a country domestically must address. We actually have the right laws to be able to address waste management in general, but also plastic use in particular. And that is something that we're challenging our government, for example, and all sectors of our society to become more proactive in solving. But also, I think, and this is where a decolonial and a critical lens is very important. We need to also question, where are these plastics coming from? The ones that are being used, for example, in impoverished communities in the Philippines, who were, sold to the idea that disposable plastic and single-use plastic that contains, for example, their shampoos and their toothpaste and all their other products, where are they coming from? And these are all products propagated by multinational companies with offices in places like the Philippines, but whose headquarters are located in the global north. So when we look at issues like plastic pollution or even carbon emissions, that's another example, right? You have countries like Indonesia and the Philippines, there are still many coal-fired power plants emitting carbon into the atmosphere. But if you look at the portfolio of these plants, who are funding these plants? Who are creating these plants? Who are the banks and the funding agencies giving the loans and the grants to build these plants. And so we need to really look at the entire, I would say, political economy of it, so that, yes, we come up with domestic solutions to the problem, but we also come up with more global, international, and just solutions to these complex, global problems. They're both local, but also global/international. So yeah, those are just some of my thoughts. And I expanded my answer to just answering you about the plastic issue. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So we do have a question from the chat. So in discussions with our colleagues and collaborators from Africa on planetary health and climate change, we often get the information that climate change, air and water pollution is not high in the political agenda. How was this different in the Philippines, and how can we better communicate the urgency of this matter with the local decision makers?
Thank you very much for that very important question. I mean, this is the thing. We always expect that, for example, when we conduct a survey of people, we always expect that the issue that we care about should be the top answer, if that is what the general population also cares about the most. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen if you have a country, if you have a population where almost 70% still live below poverty line. They are jobless, unemployed. They're not reaching even high school. And so when you ask people what are their, for example, if it's elections, right? If you ask what are your main priorities, environmental issues and even health issues, unfortunately, will not feature, even in the top 3, unfortunately. Or maybe healthcare access may, but environment may not. But that does not mean that an issue should be deprioritized, and that is perhaps the role of scientists, scholars, and advocates and activists to highlight these seemingly neglected, ignored, or invisible issues. But for example, in the Philippines, air and water pollution maybe not on the radar of the general public. But climate change, for example, you ask people, and they are definitely very concerned about disasters like typhoons and flooding, because that's how climate change manifests in our country, which is a tropical country. And then you ask farming communities, and they worry about the declining harvest, for example, in the rice fields. So I think we have a responsibility as scholars and storytellers to capture all these stories, the needs of the people, even the ones that are not verbalized or articulated, and raise these to our policymakers, to the national and subnational political agenda. Of course, it's easier said than done. And in my situation, I've been trying my best to actually do that. Right now, I have a prominent advisory role in the Philippine government, and an advisory role is time limited. So you have to make the most out of that limited time to at least make a dent in how our politicians are having a conversation. But there are many different entry points, and we can use media. I even made short films about climate and health, because politicians will probably not read our Lancet articles, but they will surely watch a 5-minute video that captures the problems that we witness in the community. So yeah, I hope that is an adequate answer about better communication. We need the power of evidence, the power of the stories, the power of the voices, both of the scientists and the communities affected, the power of our advocacy and our mobilization, the power of our numbers. If you do it alone, you'll just be one voice. But if you bring many people together, that will be, there's a higher chance that it will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there are no further questions, maybe Maria Christine can introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renzo, for the
That was a
talk.
bit abrupt. Yep. But I would love to hear some reflections around planetary health and decolonization. Maybe not now, but I would love to hear from some of your scholars later on, maybe in writing. But I hope I was able to instill that, you know, planetary health is part of the decolonizing global health agenda. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. There was another question.
There was no question, just a
Or
comment. Just for me, Pascal Grosse from Berlin, probably you remember me.
Of course, Pascal, nice to see you. I can see you, I can hear you.
You can't see me actually. You can't, I can only. I will comment on your last point. I will get in touch with you.
Thank you.
Right. So if there are no further questions, I will present our next speaker. His name is Frode Forland. I hope I said it correctly. He is a scientific director for infectious disease and global health at the Norwegian Institute for Public Health. And he's currently based in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia as a seconded advisor to the African Center for Disease Control. He is trained as a medical doctor, as a general practitioner, and he's also worked as an associate professor at the Institute of Public Health at the University of Tromsø, the Arctic University of Norway. He's also worked for the WHO and the Tropical Institute in Amsterdam, as well as the European Center of Disease Control. And in this position, he is established in collaboration for evidence-based healthcare in public health in Africa. So I'm very delighted to hear the next talk, and whenever you're ready, you can start.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me and see my slides fine?
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks.
That's good. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Salamnu from Addis Ababa. And thank you also, Dr. Renzo, for very good perspectives on this topic of decolonization. So my subtitle is, as you can see there, a white man's perspective from the global south, where I am for the time being. And you can ask, with what legitimacy can I speak about this topic? I would say near to none. I'm a white man from the north who only have lived some few years in Africa, 2 years in Zimbabwe as a district medical officer, 1 year in Kenya, and now 1 year in Ethiopia. It's not my area of research, but when I was asked, I felt challenged because I think this is a very important topic to discuss. So I will speak based on some observations and reflections, and after having been engaged also in the field of global health for quite some years. So just over to some of the terms first here. I think some of you have already been into them during the previous speeches. Colonies is a word we have worked with the whole day. People from the colonies, they call the people living there savages. Then we went into the area of tropical medicine and talked about underdeveloped countries. And so into the era of international health or international medicine, and developing countries was the term used. Now it's global health, and we're often talking about low and middle income countries. And as we just heard, planetary health is maybe the way we should speak about this for the future. And global south and global north has become more like the words of the discussion for the time being. The title Decolonizing Global Health is nearly to become a buzzword as I see it, and I hear it in some of the circles where I work. But it's hardly on the agenda and nor recognized as a problem in other circles also working in the field of global health. The term itself is maybe not so useful, I thought, when I was starting working on this, but while reading more, preparing and thinking about it, I think it is, as well as the more conceptual meaning of the concept, which to me is the question of discussing the power balance, or rather maybe the power imbalance between the global north and the global south. But first, some few reflections around the colonial term. Colonies, who had them and for what purpose? I think the African history is still heavily influenced by the colonial past, as well as the history of Europe, the wealth of Europe, and the long-standing economic poverty in Western terms of many of the African countries. The word itself originates from ancient Roman colonia, a type of Roman settlement, colonus, meaning farmer, cultivator, or settler. But according to Oxford Dictionary, which should be reliable to this question, a colony is a country or area under the full or partial control of another country and occupied by settlers from that country. And with my addition, to utilize and exploit resources, owning or stealing land. You remember when settlers came to the US, they were called so-called given land from the authorities. But they were actually stealing the land from the indigenous people living there. And since I'm a Norwegian, there will also be partly a Norwegian perspective here. And Norway kind of don't recognize themselves as a colonial power. But several states in the US are still considered Norwegian states, like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Dakota, where still a lot of people can speak Norwegian language. And little Norway, as far north and away as you can come from the continent of Antarctica, is still claiming 1/6 of its land, called Queen Maud's land after the Norwegian queen. Mostly penguins living there, but still is this fair? Even though, by coincidence, there was a Norwegian explorer who was the first man to reach the pole. Norway, as well, as part of the union with Denmark, took part in a very prosperous transatlantic shipping activity between the Gulf of West Africa and the Americas from the 15th to the 18th century. And not less than 344 Danish Norwegian ships took part in this trade. And the Kingdom of Denmark-Norway were even having a couple of their own slave forts in Ghana. And finally, we greatly benefited from the travel and the trade with other colonial powers of Europe. And in Norway, it's almost a bit funny, but still the word colonial is used every day. It's actually the word for a grocery store. We call it a colonial store. So back to Africa. I now live and work in Ethiopia at the African CDC, Center for Disease Prevention and Control. And the National Day in Ethiopia is celebrated every year as a celebration of the win against the Italian invaders who tried to make Ethiopia a colony, but they did not succeed. Ethiopia is a proud African country and probably the only one without a colonial history, which also is meaning less of influence language-wise from Europe, Amharic being the language of this country. So the big colonial powers, they took land and shared it between them using a ruler on the map in Africa, in the Americas, in Australia, and in Asia. English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and even German became languages of the colonies imposed by the colonial powers. So who are then the colonial powers of global health? Are they the same countries or others? What are the power mechanisms here? What about the big funders of global health? Gavi, the Global Financing Facility, the Global Fund, CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, and so on. What about the big philanthropic organizations like Wellcome Trust, the Buffett Foundation, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Rockefeller, and more? And what about the aid agencies themselves? In all the former colonial powers, we have them, like in Norway, NORAD, DFID, now in England called something else, JICA from Japan, USAID, China Aid, SIDA from Sweden, and more. What about the big NGOs and the international organizations like the Red Cross, Save the Children, MSF, and others? What about the global state-led organization in the UN system, the WHO, UNICEF, FAO, OIE, and so on? And the banks, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the regional banks. So there might be many here. And this was just to, sorry, I'll stop there also just to give you the evolution of this idea. Quarantine is something that we had long, many years back, many hundred years back. And then we got these international sanitary regulations from the 1850s. It developed into war medicine, tropical medicine, public health coming here, the WHO being created after the Second World War. We talk about international health and primary health care, and then global health now as one of the more common topics on this. And then just turning to aid. Aid is actually quite an old thing, and modern aid was mostly established in the 1950s and 60s. But Norway's Public Health Institute, where I work when I'm not in Addis, was established by aid from the US, from the Rockefeller Foundation 100 years ago, when Norway was still a poor country far up north with huge challenges in hygiene and public health. Rockefeller himself traveled through the Scandinavian countries and saw the needs and proposed a program for capacity building, establishing a mental health program, a Master of Public Health program, and also building the Health Institute with labs and capacity to extract serum for vaccines and immunoglobulins. And the same applies to the Danish Serum Institute in Copenhagen. And by history, it's kind of interesting to see that these public health institutes, they were often built outside the city, outside the big cities, in Norway, in Germany, and in Copenhagen. Why? To have space for the horses to grass. Animals used for the production of serum against diphtheria and other diseases. The tropical institutes, on the other hand, many of them today leading institutions in global health, grew up in the harbors of the colonial powers, like in Liverpool, London, Hamburg, Bremen, Amsterdam, Antwerp, and so on, to treat settlers, missionaries, and patients coming back from the colonies with their tropical diseases. I worked for 2 years at the Royal Tropical Institute in Amsterdam, the leading global health institution in the Netherlands. I had to read and talk quite a number of times with the leadership of that institute before I accepted the job, to be sure they had taken a stand against their history and a resolution towards their colonial background. It was composed of the Tropical Institute, a master program in global health, and a biomedical research unit where I worked. Tropical library, the tropical theater, and the tropical museum, with a special focus on schools and children. I see my internet is a bit unstable, but I hope you can still hear me. That's the problem of being in the global south. The power cut was just here, but it looks like it's back. Now it's almost all closed down in Amsterdam, the library, the theater, and the museum, due to lack of funding from the Netherlands government. And then about aid. What is the reasons for giving aid? It's to enhance maybe country's own security, promote country's exports, spread language, culture, and religion. It's about relieving suffering caused by natural or man-made disasters, such as famine, disease, and war. It could be to promote economic development and also to address a variety of transnational problems, including disease, terrorism, and we can say also for the future environment. And it's difficult really to say what is the main reason, because they can also come with so many different purposes simultaneously. So what is the most important can be difficult really to decide. But back to the talk purpose, how can we change the power balance in global health from the global north to the global south? And I think what I can bring here as a perspective is some examples showing distorted priorities and the need for change as seen from an office at Africa CDC in Addis. Before Christmas in November, there was quite a big team coming from Europe. I think I can say they came from Brussels, and they came with some ideas presented to Addis and to Africa CDC. This is what we want to do with you in Africa. It was probably a good attempt from the EU to come with more consolidated and coordinated approaches as common Europe towards Africa. But it seemed like less experience in working with such programs from Brussels. How to work out plans together is key. This was not very well received from our staff here at Africa CDC. I think another example, sorry, this was back to the global, now to the Tropical Institute in Amsterdam. These are the institutions where the knowledge is produced. And you know, where is the knowledge to be applied? That could be here in a market field in Addis Ababa. And I think this is taking me over to the Gavi board, and also to say an example of how this leaderships in global health are still with very many white men in those boards. So this is how the composition of the Gavi board is with the countries, donor countries, and some independent individuals, the big funders, and the vaccine industry, And the beneficiary countries, as it's often called, 5 of them is in there. And then the big organizations like WHO, UNICEF, the World Bank, and so on. And I actually counted on the board of Gavi here to see how many of them actually have a background from Africa. It's 6 out of 35 in that board. And I would say 70% of the Gavi business is in Africa. And it's really time for Africa voices to be heard in the leadership of such an organization. And there was a newly appointed CEO, Dr. Mohamed Pate from Nigeria, who was supposed to take over the board as the CEO of Gavi, but he resigned. And a new interim has come now on board, David Marlowe, who is also a white man from the north. Another organization is called CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. It's a rather new global organization with Norway as a strong funder. It's a global coalition for a global problem. And they write it like this: epidemic diseases affect us all. They do not respect borders. And CEPI society organizations were working together to accelerate the development of vaccines against emerging infections, diseases, and enable equitable access. These vaccines for people during outbreaks. Also the leadership, there are 0 people from Africa. And there are now 212 people working in CEPI, and 1 of them is based in Africa. That's my colleague Ababa here at the Africa CDC office. So I think it shows just a bit of the strong dominance still of the North in some of these organizations that are meant mostly to really support African countries and low and middle income countries in general. We had an example as well when they established the pandemic fund. Africa CDC was not an eligible partner to be an implementing body of that new setup to really finance global health threats of infectious diseases. Another example, WHO headquarters wanted to discuss the health technology assessment architecture of Africa without involving Africa CDC and the WHO Afro office. And when it came to the vaccine inequity during COVID, this is what we saw in October 2021. Only 5% of the population of Africa were vaccinated, while 91% of the eligible adult population in Norway were vaccinated. And COVID-19 vaccine inequity will have a lasting and profound impact on socioeconomic recovery in low and middle-income countries without urgent action to boost supply and assure equitable access for every country, including those dose sharing, according to new data released by UNDP and the World Health Organization and Oxford University. I think it's just one example, and this was an expression by President Ramaphosa from South Africa last week in this new Global Financial Pact Summit in Paris. As a chair of the African Union during the COVID period, we felt like we were beggars when it came to access to vaccines. And the attempts of setting up this COVAX and ACT-A system, even many now are trying to focusing on the positive side of it. In Africa, it's regarded a failure. They did not manage to deliver the vaccines to the population in Africa when it was most needed. I think there is an ingrained thinking in the global north about Africa as a continent that needs to be saved and that we can do it. And this white saviorism concept, I think, is still prevailing, a symptom of racism and white supremacy, which places those in a position of privilege into the role of savior over those who have been historically oppressed and exploited. And an interesting book for you who are still students, From Poverty to Power, about white saviorism in international development, theories, practices, and lived experience, was just released in March this year in UK and in Makerere University from Khan and Dixon and Sonja Ree. And from the launch of the book, it was written, moments like the Black Lives Matter and Roads Must Fall have brought to the forefront the ingrained legacy of colonialism and racism between those who colonized and those who were colonized. The past has come to haunt the former, while for many in the latter, the past is still very much the present. The global aid and development sector has not been able to avoid this reality either. And because the sector itself often mimics colonialism via rich Western countries holding political and financial power over lesser privileged nations, who through aid programming are still subservient to their former colonizers. I think this is partly what we still see at Africa CDC and in many of the Africa Union member states countries, when good-willing people from the north are coming with their funding. And continued from the launch of the book, when used in the West, this concept often becomes arbitrary and historically disconnected. Calls to decolonize aid do not actually address the actual elephant in the room, the age-old concept of white saviorism. That's the white man, like me, literally, coming to save and tame the savages. As inappropriate as this sounds today, it still lingers within current development practices. White saviorism is ingrained in the systems, modalities, practices, and attitudes of the global North development sector towards those it claims to work with. And it has led to devastating consequences for the sector and those who it claims to work for. And finally, our book ends with one key recommendation: listen to the voices of those who you claim to work with. Listen to how they perceive their own development. Listen to how much you have harmed their way of life by imposing your ways on them. Only then will international development be based on justice rather than condensation. White saviorism is still alive and well in the international aid industry. It is time to end it and reclaim our independence back from our white colonizers' aid. And then I wanted to draw your attention to another Lancet commission, which has just been released. There is one started up that was just spoken about. This has just released their conclusions. Lancet commission about the synergy between health security, health promotion, and universal health coverage. And they've really looked into this fragmentation and dyssynergies between agendas, and they are nearly universal and undesirable, or really, I would say, counterproductive. And in countries at all income levels, counterproductive competition and fragmented investments are too often present in the implementation of these agendas, undermining the ability of health system to achieve any of them. And further, it's about ill-considered national self-interest, for instance, about vaccine nationalism, tied aid, and on synergies and fragmentation at the global level, and also on coloniality, frameworks of thinking and doing that lead to misuse of power over others in decision-making and implementation, with an assumption of inherent superiority without critical questioning of validity. So these are part of the conclusion, and also in the conclusion forward, the way forward, they say there is need for changing in the mindset and reframe the individual health goals, and also in adopting a decolonized approach. This can be read more about. And what we also see these days is that there is a new kind of North-South conflict during the negotiations in Geneva about reframing the international health regulations and also the new pandemic treaty, where the countries of the South jointly has asked for more fair distribution of countermeasures, drugs, and vaccines, with a backdrop of the corona pandemic, and the global North has again found together to say it's impossible. Africa cannot produce their own vaccines, and if we should support the global South, we want to set our priorities ourselves. And this has been also mentioned as a quote during the launch of the book by an American professor from Johns Hopkins, Olushi Adeyi, saying in his book also Global Health in Practice, that it's a dependency between countries and donors. And he's claiming that the US aid is an agency for contracting US companies and consultancies, calling it a malpractice. We need to move the center of gravity from the global north to the global south. Why, for instance, is the Global Fund placed in Geneva? Another question heard from a Malawian colleague of mine: how long will the Global Fund only fund their own diseases and not all? So then over to some few hopefully more optimistic voices. There are some initiatives to discuss and to prepare for a change in global health architecture. One of them is called the Future Global Health Initiative. And the purpose of this initiative is to review the process of and the responsibilities of the global health initiatives, like the Global Fund, Gavi, CEPI, Global Financing Facility, Unit Aid, and FIND, and to build a consensus for a change and catalyze collective action. To do so, it brings together a wide range of partners, including representatives from governments, global and regional health organizations, research institutions, and civil society. And there are also creation of strong networks in Africa, I would say. And we see this, and we saw it as an example during the Africa Public Health Conference last year. Organizations like AMREF, AFINET, the Collaboration for Evidence-Based Healthcare in Africa, the network in Southern and Eastern African countries on TB, and so on. And Africa CDC itself is expressing this through what we call the new public health order. And that's formulated into 5 areas of priority: to build strong national and regional institutions, to secure local production of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics, to invest in public health workforce, to create and establish respectful, action-oriented partnerships on an equal ground, and also to have an increased domestic funding for health in African countries. And we also tried to find a common language for this, and we wrote a small commentary to the Lancet, me and some colleagues from Africa CDC and the Robert Koch Institute, calling it a new precedent in international health cooperation from African public health leaders, and where we are stating this: change is needed, and it's time for African health, that African health is based on African priorities. The new public health order represents Africa's priorities for its health security. It constitutes a paradigm shift and a new vision that seek to transcend and inform the work of Africa CDC, the African Union member states, and development partners, guided by the principles of local and continental ownership and leadership, equity, wholesome and sustainable investment in health systems, and universal health coverage, innovation, and self-reliance. And there are some few foreigners, like outside Africa people, working in Africa CDC. And I sent some questions to my colleagues from the US, from UK, from China, and asked them what are their kind of take on being a partner, representing colonial powers in the past and maybe in the present. And I got a response from my Chinese friend. The first is actually to look at the building that is now just finished. This is built by China Aid, and this is the new headquarters for Africa CDC, just outside our office. We are moving hopefully next month. And it's a kind of example of how China is working also to try and build strength in African countries. And they also build what they call this China Belt and Road Initiative, which is the purpose to promote economic development and inter-regional growth. Examples of this is infrastructure development in ports, in houses, railroads, roads, bridges, airports, dams, coal-fires, and so on and so on. And this is also trying to connect different parts of Africa. And my friend, the Chinese seconded expert, said the initiative follows the principles of common business, common construction, and common sharing to build a community of interests, responsibility, and destinies, which is not so different from colonial practices in recent time. But it's also a strongly contribution to decolonization of Africa. And the initiative starts with infrastructure connectivity for African markets, and also help African to gain endogenous development and to achieve industrialization. And finally, he mentioned also in January 1963, which I think is an interesting comment to this decolonization debate. China was the first foreign country to announce the dispatch of a medical team to Algeria, starting the history of China's foreign medical aid. In 2023 is 60 years anniversary for China's medical team support to developing countries. And until now, China has sent out 30,000 medical team doctors and nurses to 76 countries in regions of Africa, Asia, America, Europe, and Oceania even, treating over 290 million patients. So I had to take the Norwegian perspective as well, since I didn't get one from the US or the UK. And I think the Norwegian perspective on global health is very much funded in altruistic ideals. But I would say it's heavily influenced by a colonial way of thinking and white saviorism. Norway has been one of the big funders of vertical programs in global health, but I think there is a time to rethink some of these strategies. The program under which I work now from the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, sponsored by NORAD, is called BIS, Building Stronger Public Health Institutions and Systems. And our vision aim is to engage in long-term, respectful, action-oriented partnerships. So just related to research, I mentioned, I thought maybe I could send over some links, but as you've heard a lot of that, so I think I'll just end with some few reflections. I think more Norwegians should work and stay in Africa over longer periods of time. I think more Africans should work and stay in Norway for longer periods of time. And it's nice to see you, my colleague from the University of Oslo, being in the room here. It takes times to change perspectives. It takes times to change a mindset. I often say to people who ask that as a public health physician, it is as natural for me to work in Addis as in Alta, a town far north in Norway. Local health is global health, and global health is local health. And a health threat anywhere is a health threat everywhere. And I think it's much easier for me to see the imbalance in power structures when I'm here in Addis compared to when I'm working from Oslo. Our new director of Africa CDC has already expressed his ambition about getting Africa CDC into the boardrooms of the big funders, not being a passive receiver of funds based on conditions expressed from the north, but deciding on priorities and needs and ways of working. On the occasion of Africa CDC recently being invited as an observer of the board of Gavi, just a few weeks ago, our DG wrote, and for this to pave the road for Africa CDC to become a substantive board member, because this is fair and it makes sense knowing that 70% of Gavi business is with Africa, and we are Africa. So this can be done through strong national and regional African institutions and systems, I think, not through vertical disease-specific programs. And this is also a main conclusion from the newly released Lancet Commission that I referred to. Its implementation at community level, and it has seriously hampered the way the big funders have drawn vertical systems of distribution, staffing, reporting, and monitoring. At the community level, it's the same health personnel who must deal with all diseases, with the health promotion issues and also the outbreaks. And the best way to build health security is to build robust health systems at the local level that can handle all diseases at all times. And hopefully such a strategy can help also communities to develop from poverty to power, which I think is the mere purpose of global health. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the lovely talk. I'm opening the chat because I think I just saw a comment. People are thanking you for all the insight you gave. And before, is there any comment or question in the room? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Frode. So I just have some reflections that I want you to comment on. I know a lot has been done in academia and researchers to provide the evidence showing the importance of decolonizing global health and how this can improve access to healthcare and also reduce global health inequities. But I also believe that most of these challenges are political in nature. And I don't think we still have the politicians, the decision makers on board. And I keep asking this all the time. And I think it's important that we discuss because some of these decisions are highly political. So you talk about vaccine inequity during the COVID-19, where the sub-Saharan Africa was disproportionately affected in terms of accessing vaccines relative to other regions. But there was also a controversy around intellectual property rights or TRIPS around vaccine, because the African government or leaders were demanding that some of those IPs should be relieved so that they are able to produce their own vaccine for their people. But we realize that some of the global powers, we are reluctant to do that. I think we definitely need to have the politicians on board. We are doing as much as possible, but if the advocacy and some of the issues that we are discussing are not getting at the decks of the politicians, I think we will be fighting a very tough battle for a very long time. So just some perspectives or reflection on this.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very valuable reflection. And I think the question about intellectual property rights has been there with AIDS drugs and now with vaccines. And there is a huge initiative. As you see, one of the pillars now of Africa CDC is also to get started a production of vaccines and countermeasures diagnostics in Africa. And I think also there is a huge power here connected to the pharmaceutical industry. And politicians have to take a stand. And there are ways of trying to build private-public partnerships here. But I think we have to look at how suddenly, when we saw there was a limitation of access to medicines, it was the money and the power who was counting. It was not the ideals and it was not the good wishes. And I think it's a hard learning experience from the African countries to see this is what happened. And I think also there is this kind of tendency that the North don't trust the governments of the South to put the money into the ministries of health or the Ministry of Finance. They want to see the money the whole way out through their own systems, their own reporting systems, which is not building capacity in a long-term perspective. So I think there are huge challenges of also finding a way of building strong political systems that are trusted and kind of deserves to be trusted when it comes also to the distribution of funding for the population. But I think that's the only way forward.
Thank you very much for that comment. Is there anyone else who would like to? Yes, please.
I wanted to pick up on the issue raised about, I guess, diversity in the leadership of global health institutions, or the lack of representation of African or Black people on those boards. And because I think it also is something that translates to not just the leadership of global organizations, but hiring at every level, be it, you know, who comes onto a master's course or gets a scholarship at the university, who gets opportunities at universities. So I think it's like a much broader issue than the theme of colonization. And I think what I wanted to explore, and I guess it's like one of the sensitive areas of decolonization, but I guess we're here to talk about some of the difficult stuff. And I'm just really interested always in how do we bring this back into our everyday lives of, you know, one of the speakers said earlier, it's about action. It's not just about talking about these things, it's about actually applying them in our everyday lives. And I think like part of it for me is recognizing that maybe there's two elements of this, and one of which is about identity. The other of which is about ways of thinking. And I think the metaphor maybe, or the analogy I thought of, is that it's great that Britain has had 3 female prime ministers, but I don't know if any of them call themselves feminists, or any of them made feminism an important part of their leadership as prime ministers. And so it's important, but in and of itself, I don't know that it solved some of the problems we had of patriarchy in our political system, because it was about more than that and other things. And so I guess part of what I'm wondering is, how do we, and I'm thinking about this because I've got to finalize with some colleagues some interview questions for a global health job at King's. You know, we're interviewing for it in a few weeks, and we want to include decolonization as a set of discussions within the interviews to make sure that when we look at hiring people, we're looking at hiring people who are thoughtful on these issues, and we'll bring that into their practice. And it's sort of, how do we expand the conversation, not instead of, but to go in addition to issues of just kind of identity or nationality and so on, which is critical, but also to say, how do we assess or examine people's, you know, should we be assessing those when in looking at hiring or recruitment? Like, how do we do that in practice? So I guess it's kind of just an open question and reflection, and I don't know how I feel, but I'm just sort of interested in how to apply some of these things, you know, where we all are at the moment.
Would you like to comment on that reaction?
Yeah, that was a long reaction and a lot of good points there, and it was a bit difficult to really capture all of it by sound. But still, I heard what you said about the diversity in the boards and so on. And there are colonial, extreme, I think, skewed boards around the world in global health, and as well, you know, Africa with 1.4 5 million people. They are not a member of the Peace and Security Council of the UN, for instance. So there are still a lot of legacy of colonialism, sorry, the word, in a lot of these boards. And I think we have to have active prioritization of people from the South to get a more balanced representation, like we've had it for women. And like it's now in many European countries when it comes to the boards of private sector industries, for instance. I think it's the same way we have to work forward. There are a lot of qualified people on the African continent, and they have to be like actively, I think, squeezed into these boards. So that's about the diversity. And I don't really, the identity and the stuff you ended up by saying, I didn't really catch it, but maybe you could rephrase it from where you stand.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, did you want to rephrase it?
Please.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is, I think part of what we need to do is when looking at recruitment and so on, look about who they are in terms of, for example, their nationality and making sure there's diversity as well as gender and other things. But it's also about assessing the way they think and whether they think in decolonial terms and will act on that in their practice. So I worry that it's not enough to only look at issues of nationality, but it's also in the same way as, you know, when we talk about feminism and the importance of being a feminist, it's, you know, it's everyone needs to be a feminist, and it's all of our roles, and that's something we should explore, and whether there's an analogy or not, you know, and maybe push back. But how do we make sure that everyone who's being hired is decolonial in their thinking? How would we explore that in recruitment for any, be it for a board or from an academic job as a lecturer at a department?
Yeah, but it's a fine comment. I don't think I need to really specify that further. I think I agree with you. We need to have competence, and we need to check out that they are fully representing the country. But I think, or the, would you say the meaning or the academic background or whatever it is. And I think there is such a huge selection now of extremely well-educated Africans. I'm working with the best people I've ever worked with at Africa CDC. And they are out, I think, numbering the European colleagues in many ways. They are the few selected by huge populations into the best universities, and they are educated at the highest level. So I think there is a lot of things to happen in the future here, also with really getting Africa on board in a very different way than we've seen in the past.
Thank you very much for replying to that comment. Is there anyone else? If not, we will continue with the next speaker. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Forland. Our next talk is a bit different. Dr. Maria Cristina Quevado Gomez really wanted to speak, but was unable to. So we have actually recorded her talk with a bit of initial Q&A with her herself, with me and Frode a few weeks ago. So this is the point of the technology, which I hope is going to work okay for us. It is a pre-recorded video, so if you bear with us, I'm hoping that if I reshare my screen now, yes, and then share this one with you, and then share sound and optimize for video and share.
And then press play.
I'm hoping this is just going to work perfectly. Please write in the chat if there's any problem with it on the other end. Hopefully we'll pick it up. I have a few other ways of doing it if this version doesn't work, but let's see whether it's buffering or anything. I need to sign in. Our internet connection. I'm just refreshing. Let's try one more time. It looks like it's thinking.
I haven't. Oh, all right. Okay. Thanks.
Maybe we can ask Omar if it's possible.
If it's reached.
And first of all, for inviting me to this, to giving this talk and having this chat together. I'm very pleased and happy to do that. My full name is Maria Cristina Quevado Gomez. I'm a medical doctor. I did a master in public health and a PhD in medical anthropology with emphasis in global health. I'm currently working at Universidad Rosario, School of Medicine and Health Sciences at Bogotá, in Bogotá, Colombia. And all the work I do in research goes to the public health research group from the same university. In this link, you can see my academic work and my affiliation. Today, I'm going to speak about the historical time to shift theoretical paradigms in the historical time in which we are right now. I do consider there is time for shifting paradigms in global health, especially theoretical paradigms that guide our analysis of health and health issues for being able to act collectively. It means act together for one health in our planet. And how do I think we have to do that to be able to decolonize global health is through power balancing. I think it is key for decolonizing global health. And I think we should do it through the analysis of especially sources of power or flows of power and the way they affect also its effects on health and well-being. Why power? I will explain why it's central for my work and for the analysis of global health right now. But I think we should focus on asking ourselves who holds the power at this particular time and context for this particular global health issue, and how is that power streaming through which mechanisms or which forms? Is it a monetary form of power, money type of power? Is it a knowledge type of power? Is it a political type of power? And who is affected by this particular power flow? And we should reflect especially on our role in reinforcing, counteracting, or balancing that particular power flow and act upon that power imbalance. I do it through academic social activism, through participatory action research, but any one of us can find a personal way to do that. In any case, I think we have to work towards power balancing. And why do I focus on that? Well, I come from an academic family. My father's work, you can see it in this link, he's an emeritus professor from the same university I work. And he has been working on the history of public health and global health. And he, through his work, he has been showing how we go from paradigm, these Gauss curves, so this kind of lines that go like mountains, are paradigms. And we have been going from positivist paradigm through structural functionalism that somehow illustrated preventive medicine, and then towards neoliberal policies illustrated or actually initiated by the Lalonde and Bloom behavioralism theories. And then we pass through social determinants of health and vulnerability to analyze health issues. But that in the Western theories production, so to say. But at the same time, some other theoretical productions in the Global South have been going through, especially critical theories that identify, focus on power in the, for instance, in India, the subaltern theories, and in Latin America, especially, I'm going to focus on this one, the social determination approach, which is as a construct that has been developed in around the 60s, started to develop to counteract this functional structural functionalism from Parsons that focus on preventive medicine, trying to separate the health, all the health causes, separated social factors from the rest of the factors. That created some kind of allergy in the Latin American social critical theorists, because they consider that the society itself is a whole, and society itself works in a complete complex social process to produce or not produce ill health. And there is where I'm going to focus. So these theories, due to also power imbalances in terms of managing academia, have not been able to arise so far as the others have been doing. But when I studied in the Netherlands, I actually studied medicine in Colombia, and then I went to the Netherlands to study public health. And when I studied in the Netherlands, I realized I actually have to look at my own roots, theoretical roots, because production, because I'm not being able to explain the field data that I am finding. So I went through the Latin American social medicine movement. You can read a few things from the Latin American historical roots of the Latin American social medicine movement on these papers, Victoria and which are the few things are written in English about it. And I consider that, honestly speaking, right now, this type of focus on the social determination approach and some of the lessons learned from the Latin American social medicine movement that applies also active participation of the participants in the research and the actions can be very helpful right now in global health theory, and especially to decolonize global health. So the Latin American social medicine movement is a scholar and social movement that started in the 60s, and it has fields of action in academia, but also it is a political movement and allows collective action with people together for improving health. It has roots in Brazil and Ecuador, Mexico, and Colombia. They have the lenses that say the theoretical approach of the Latin American social medicine is to apply any kind of critical theory, critical social theory to analyze health issues. And by doing that, account for power relations and its effects on health. And that's why it has been so useful for my work. So it understands health and illness as a dynamic social and historical process that responds to power flows and that is actually produced in the forms of power. I will go deeper on that in a few minutes. I will just share some of the
May I interrupt you with a brief question?
Sure.
Sure. I think that's a really helpful diagram you've just shared. My one thought is that although we have clearly evolved in our understanding of global health, it strikes me that a lot of research that's conducted in healthcare around the world is still truly embedded in a positivist paradigm and still really acts as though there are true facts that we can discover through rigorous research. And I really enjoy hearing about other ways of thinking about research, because I think that is crucial to opening up to a decolonial way of thinking.
Thank you very much for this comment, Roxanne. Indeed, actually, that is the critique that most of the social determination of critical Latin American scholarship has been doing since the 60s, honestly speaking. If you manage to see some of the work of my father or Jaime Braille's work or all the other scholars I will present later, although none of them publish thoroughly in English, some of the works are in English, but not all of it. They have been strongly criticizing the theoretical work of the global north by focusing only on that positivist theoretical paradigm, because that loses a lot of opportunities of really understanding the real dynamics on how actually knowledge is even produced. Some of the work of my dad is actually showing how the knowledge is even the positivism and the neoliberalism and the structural functionalism is produced socially. And by doing that, it is embedded in a web of power and social dynamics. And if we don't understand that, we don't know exactly where the power and the knowledge comes from, right? Do you have more questions or comments? Oh, I can see you.
Not from me just at the moment.
Okay. Okay, so I will share some of the findings. These are actually preliminary findings. The paper, we are working on this paper right now. So this is the first time I'm presenting it. From the last research I've been conducting together with some of my colleagues in England, and from Brighton, Sussex University, that we have a collaboration, and is the result of one of my master students' thesis. So I have decided to put the name Caroline as just an acronym for the life history of this woman. Is a Colombian woman who shared her life history with us. And I consider that her story illustrates how these multiple power struggles that she has been going through are still not resolved. And I said until, because I don't know until when she has to go through these power struggles to actually make the restoration of her own health rights and other women's health rights, right? So it's a very sad story, but it illustrates the reality of global health. Caroline is a woman who acquires HIV through her partner. And so it illustrates the HIV vulnerability for just being a cisgender woman living in Colombia. And this illustrates all the stories I've been collecting through my career since 2004. Caroline, after recovering from her shock of living with HIV and so on, and all the struggles she has to go with this structural violence against women, who if any woman can experience in Colombia, Caroline wants to help other women and joins the United Nations AIDS program with the intention of guaranteeing women's rights, with no success. I will explain later why. Then Caroline visits Colombian Ministry of Health to ask help for the restoration of women's rights, with no success. And they come with the answer, well, epidemiologically speaking, women are not vulnerable in Colombia because that's what WHO says. So again, this is a power manifest or expressed through the knowledge of epidemiology. Then she receives some help from an international NGO, actually a British NGO, and she feels, oh sorry, there's a mistake here. She feels empowered to set her women's rights in the political agenda, again with no success, again with some gender imbalance to the possibility of acting politically. Then she decides to work independently with some support of academia. That's what we are working right now, and she feels a little bit better, but we still don't know if that will work out. So I decided to focus on this social determination approach to explain this situation. So gender theories by themselves are not being able to explain the situation I just illustrated to you, just, you know, the field findings. And what is social determination itself? It is a term, a theoretical term, first created by Jaime Breil. He's an Ecuadorian professor. You can find him on the internet. He considers that ill and health are a dyad, actually, that cannot be divided, because there are many ways of being healthy and many ways of being ill, and it's a process that is dynamic and social, and that is a historical process, right? By doing that, he is understanding that is produced in the whole process of social dynamics, and it is a product of social production forces of society and the power that such production carries with. Braille clearly is rooted in the Marx theory, and Marx theory has been the root to the social epidemiology that he has proposed, the Latin American social epidemiology. You can also read a lot about it when you find Jaime Braille, and that has been, he has been working on that since the 60s. He has transformed the use of social sciences in the analysis of health issues as a counter-hegemonic response to the preventive social medicine paradigm, in which Parsons' functional sociology and the positivist separate the social factors from the entire process of social production. So this is the origin of the Latin American social medicine. In the 19th, some other Latin American scholars had added Bourdieu's field theory. Here are some of the resources to explain further how this social processes produce health and illness. So some Latin American scholars started to use the social field construct from Bourdieu to analyze health as a social field, understanding that power struggles among the field actors, for instance, ministries of health, United Nations, NGOs, and so on, shape health as an academic and practical field. Some of those academics were Susana Belmartino, an Argentinian historian, Carlos Bloch, a medical medical doctor from Argentina, my father, Emilio Quevado, and Mario Hernandez, one of his pupils in Colombia. They focus on social studies of science. In my doctoral work, I started to read all those works and decided to add some other theoretical concepts to actually increase that frame of the social medicine framework. At that time, when I was doing the doctoral thesis, the term of social determination was not yet constructed, but when I look back, I think what I was doing was indeed working on that social determination approach, because what I was trying to do was using all these theoretical elements to explain my findings, because I couldn't explain it with just one. I started thinking that gender theories and intersectionality would help me, but actually it just was helping me for one part. So I include an analysis of historical dynamics of power relations among global health actors, their different hierarchies, and for that I use some of the Bourdieu's field theory, but also Foucault's power theories, and how these social social and institutional interactions were creating complex dynamics. And so I use also critical medical anthropology, political economy from Singer. I use the concept of structural violence from Palmer, and that helped me to analyze why in those social dynamics of power flows, the construction of global and local social inequalities was happening, and how they were shaping global and local health inequities. So in the Latin American social movement, they were not only focusing on analyzing the social processes that produce health, but also how we could counteract those social processes. And therefore, they were focusing, somehow inspired in Freire's popular education works, to work together in a kind of collaborative type of research with participants, so that they together could create or co-create new knowledge. And by doing that, they were creating some kind of participatory action research. And that's exactly what I did in my doctoral work. I did a participatory ethnography in which through the ethnographical work, I analyzed all the social dynamics of HIV in Cartagena, but then I did it together with the participants, and that helped me to, together with them, produce new ideas on how to actually prevent HIV infection. You can read that on my thesis. Perhaps Roxanne can share that with you. Later in the work that I continue on HIV, one of my master students, Maria Catalina Sanchez, also from Colombia, when she was confronted with the case I just show you, Caroline's case, she decided to also include Foucault's power theories and Gramsci hegemonic and contra-hegemonic discourses to contribute to the analysis of Caroline's case. And she came to these results, well, very, very broad. But when Caroline is acquiring her HIV infection through her husband, is making it evident the gender power imbalance that is lived in Colombia on an everyday basis, gender-based violence and the structural violence that the Colombian society is creating around, especially cisgender women who identify themselves with their biological sex. And it illustrates Caroline's story for Catalina, illustrates how deep the social inequities are in Colombia related to Caroline's case. When Caroline wants to help other women, Catalina finds out that actually United Nations reproduce in Colombia the neoliberal discourse. Colombia has a market-based health system, and what United Nations AIDS program in Colombia was trying to do at that time, that was around the 90s, was trying to create some kind of leadership among women to making them able to compete in the market of the health system, to create their own ways of well, creating services for women. That was impossible because the neoliberal market was so strong at that time, it still is so strong at that time in the competition, that made it virtually and physically impossible for women in, say, imbalanced power conditions and social conditions to compete with that system. So it actually promotes individualism and market-based competition among the Caroline's NGO idea, and she became very frustrated and decided not to work anymore in that. When Caroline visits Colombian Ministry of Health asking for help, then the Ministry of Health workers responds with hegemonic epidemiological discourses, saying that actually women, cisgender women, are not target populations, citing WHO countries' recommendation that they have to focus on target populations like men who have sex with men, sex workers, people who is in jail and so on. And so women in Colombia until now, I'm not continuing with the results because it's perhaps too much, but until now, cisgender women in Colombia have no access to prevention, no access to health, or very limited, with horrible consequences, having a very small or smaller incidence of HIV, but all these women who acquire HIV are actually dying of AIDS, which is an enormous debt Colombia has. And in my opinion, it has to do with all these bigger powers. You see that the discourse of epidemiology is very clear and very difficult. So the positivist paradigm is actually creating a huge health problem. The neoliberal discourse is also creating another one in a country where gender power imbalance is very rooted. Are there questions until now?
Yeah, maybe I have one.
Yeah, sure.
Very interesting, and I think in these societies or community with bad social determinants of health, you also see people react differently on the environment or the kind of the structural violence. So how do you see resilience and personal choices in this framework or theory?
Well, in the framework there is here I can show you. Oh no, maybe later. In the framework of the Latin American social medicine, there's plenty of space for resilience, because since you do a participatory action research, the participants or the people you are doing research with are showing you all the resources, the possibilities, the ideas that they have. If you as an academic decide to promote that resilience and illustrate that resilience to the rest of the shapes of the society, it's very helpful. I can tell you in Colombia, after we did the publications of my PhD, for instance, some of the NGOs I work with, or the community-based organizations I work with, they went to the mayor of the city, that at that time was actually a woman who helped a lot, and present their own publications, because they were co-authors of my work or our work, and they proposed to her some of the strategies that they have actually proposed and we have published together, and they have managed to get the funding for those strategies, and some of those strategies have been very effective and successful until a new mayor came and destroyed the whole story. But there is resilience, and there is resilience because although people are tired and oppressed and feel devastated in some ways, like Caroline still feels, she still has the power and the will to do that. I don't know if I have answered your message, your question, sorry, with this message.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. As I said before, one of the key elements of the Latin American social medicine movement is that it includes participants as co-researchers. It doesn't matter if they are not illustrated and if they are not being able to even read or write, because social Latin American medicine movement understands that every human being has the possibility to understand and explain the root causes of their own problems, including those power differences and bargaining, so to say, and to be able to recreate that social scenario by designing new ways of acting or proactive change. And so if we as academic, through the collaborative research and the collaborative action research, decide to support them, I believe that there is plenty of space for being able to decolonize global health. Am I being able to share my message clearly?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so I strongly believe that this power balancing in everyday life, in terms of our academic life and our human life, it's a key element for transforming our global current reality. You know, what Latin American social medicine has actually brought to my own work is that I have understood that power imbalance is a root cause of ill health. And that's been illustrated with the story I told you, that participatory action research works as an academic social activism for bottom-up global health or public health actions. And that has been absolutely clear in my, I don't know how many years of research experience. If we commit seriously to this social responsibility that we have as researchers, and include participants as co-researchers and let them speak honestly, freely, and appreciate the knowledge they can produce themselves, I'm sure we are able to make a big change. Thank you so much. Here again, my email and so on. I'm happy to hear your comments, questions, enter in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your really, I think, very uplifting and positive and inspiring talk. I really enjoyed it. There are a lot of things that it has left me thinking. There are a number of things that you've used in your research, which it makes me think we have some quite positivist versions, and then you have, in the end, yielded a similar output, but through a much more collaborative and participatory method. And I just think that's really valuable for us all to reflect on the methods we use. Like an example is in your thesis, you generated a local scientific diagram with stakeholders, which made me think about theory of change, which I have used. But theory of change is quite a top, it should be bottom up, but the theory behind it is quite academic in origin and probably not terribly accessible to people with lived experience who aren't researchers themselves. But can you tell us a bit about the local scientific diagram and how it works and how it helps stakeholders to tell you what actions they think are important?
Sure. Actually, thank you for asking this question, because this is one of the things I am very much thankful with my thesis supervisor at that time, Dr. Anja Krumme from the Netherlands. One day I was struggling with that and telling her, well, you were asking me to make ethnography, but I am willing to work with a Latin American social medicine ideas of, collaborative research. And so how am I going to do this? And then she told me, well, go to your roots, go to your feeling of the Latin American social medicine, but try to adopt some of the tools or strategies from the ethnographic data collection and analysis, and try to explain that to your participants. So when you explain that in simple terms to them, then they will be able to actually work together. And so I've tried, and actually what I realized was that while doing a normal interview, I was able to go with the participant together in a process of self-reflection from the participant, and the participant itself would come through the process of actually writing or drawing a diagram, or I would help him draw a diagram in a paper. And so I'm gonna tell you one of the examples. So it's one of these guys who is selling the tents at the beach so that people don't get super burned. And he was explaining me why he thinks that HIV was increasing in Cartagena. So he was giving me some of the ideas. Okay, sexual tourism is super strong. I see this and this happening. So I wrote sexual tourism in one of the corners of the paper. And then he told me, okay, perhaps machismo, which is, the gender imbalance, name for the gender imbalance in the region. And perhaps education from the kids. And then when he saw these three things there, then a light bulb, burned in his head. He said, oh God. So when I tell my boy that he has to be a macho, I'm actually putting him at risk of sexual tourism. He himself realized quickly And then when I saw this, I was like, okay, I can use this actually for the process of self-reflection and making the whole analysis of the data through the participant. And so what I did was just making more questions that were making it able for the participant to make that analysis himself, you know, and this guy is not able to write. He's illiterate completely, but he's able to understand the whole dynamic. And so I was helping them by illustrating or with drawing some drawings when they were not able to read. But in that process, they were able to construct diagrams. So those diagrams that were constructed by participants, we analyzed them together with some of my participants, some of the leaders who actually were co-researchers, and they constructed a new, let's say, collective diagram. And that collective diagram was also analyzed with or put together with my own analysis. So we sit together, some of those co-researchers from the same participants, and some of the issues that they were not able to actually link or put together were what was the link between machismo or this gender imbalance, and why they were thinking that you know, men who have sex with men were one of the groups who actually were transmitting most HIV and to other population groups and sex workers. So they were not able to see that, you know, that was part of their own mental construction due to the mix between their own social structure, which divided good women and bad women. So bad women would go and do prostitution, and good women will stay at home, and good men and bad men. So bad men will have sex with men. So this bad, so to say, would have to be separated from the society, and that discourse linked with the epidemiological discourse of target population from WHO. Right. So when they saw, oh, okay, all right. So our thinking of, you know, bad men and bad women, it's when they are bad, they get HIV. So that part, they were not able to analyze it the way I did. So what I did was explain to them exactly what I told you. You know, these two things work together. And when you mix your own social structure with a discourse of science, this is what happens. You think that they are the carriers of HIV, so to say. So do we have to move this somewhere else? Do we have to redesign this? For them, it was very difficult to redesign that. So at the end, that's why you see in my papers that part of this local and scientific diagram maintains the story of the people. But I decided to maintain it just to make it possible for every reader to realize, well, if we respect what people are analyzing, we are able to later enter in dialogue with them. But if we just delete it, and if, you know, if I would have just make my own diagram, I would just put simply sexual tourism, gender inequalities, and structural violence and put together. And that would have not at the end said anything from what the people is explaining in their own brains what's happening and how they can change it. And still, I allowed them to change it the way they wanted to change it. They still wanted to go and talk with men who have sex with men and explain the risk and so on. And they did still do a lot of good work on that. Although in you know, in my own ideas, that was not necessary yet. I allowed this to happen because it would not do any harm. It could still be doing good. And what I did was to tell them the risk of separating those, especially in the victim blaming and also creating stigma against these two populations. And I did work together with them and reflect on that, and that was clear. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, very well. Thank you. I could talk to you about this for a lot longer. I'm conscious of time. I just want to give Frode the opportunity. Did you have one more question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, maybe if you, when hearing you talk about power imbalance and the cause for ill health, I was thinking of the one paper I read related to the causal pathways from determinants of social determinants of health, and where they explained that lack of control was kind of exacerbating the consequences of social determinants. So in this participatory research, you think or is giving back control to the community or participants essential part of it, or what do you think?
Yeah, indeed. Actually, the essential part of participatory action research, the way Latin American scholarship is looking at it, especially in the Latin American social movement, is balancing the power difference that is between the researcher and the participant, to give them all the possibility and the feeling, the possibility in the room for them to be in the control of analyzing their own problems and producing knowledge and strategies to solve that problem. It's the whole base is Freire's theory. He says if the person is able to analyze why he's having that problem, and the problem is rooted in his oppression, so to say, his or her oppression, then he knows that by trying to break that oppression, escape that oppression in one way or the other one, he is going to be able to sort that problem. And that's giving them the whole control of it. I mean, if they're publishing, as I told you, the participants who worked with me in Cartagena, they published, they went with the publication and told the mayor, hey, we have scientific grounds on our ideas, and now we need you to support us. That was giving them the whole power and control. Actually, I did nothing there. So that helps a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to screen your presentation and our discussion to the live event on the 29th of June. So I think we'll wrap up the recording here, and I'll stop recording, but allow the audience there to start having discussions themselves that build on what we've just started talking about.
So weird, firstly, hearing your own voice from the past, and then secondly, seeing your face on the TV. Thank you so much to Chris, who gave up her time a few weeks ago to make that recording. I'll just come out of the video that we've just seen. That sounded like a message. I don't know if it was a question. Oops. Oh, that's my Teams. Just, oh dear, ignore that. I'll just stop sharing to try and get back to it. Just seeing if we have some links Omar has kindly shared. Chris is doing a summer school, which actually began this week, but I think you can join weeks of it. So if you're interested, the link is there in the chat, and also some links to the papers that she was talking about in the recording are also there in the chat. We have one final speaker who's going to speak in person in the room. Does anyone in the room or online want to reflect or comment on what we've just heard? I'm aware it's a long afternoon without a break, and I think a lot of people have a lot of reflections that we might build on tomorrow when some of us meet. But shall I perhaps now, aware of time, invite you, Reima, to come and give your talk, the final talk of the day. Do you have slides you need to upload? Okay, lovely. So we just make sure once you've uploaded them to do screen share again.
Thank you very much. So I would want to have the privilege to introduce the next speaker, or the last but not least speaker for today, Dr. Reima and McLaughlin. Is a reader in social work at the University of Sussex. Originally from Southeast Europe, she worked as a consultant on the post-conflict health and social care reform in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And during this time, she also supported development of survivor-run initiatives, mental health in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Prior to starting her post at Sussex, she worked as a research and monitoring director at the Department of Mental Disability Advocacy Center. So she also has extensive, experience working at international organizations, such as the UN Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disability through strategic litigation and legal advocacy. So Dr. Reima would give a talk on the role of experiential knowledge and understanding mental distress in conflict and post-conflict contexts and disrupting coloniality in global mental health. So welcome.
Thank you.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'll sort that out. Before we start, hi everyone online, hello everyone in the room. I admire your tenacity of still having any attention left and being able to focus on anything. To facilitate this last 45 minutes out of the sum, and I will end on time and with ample time for discussion, although Slavs are famous for not keeping to time and talking too much. I would like to suggest to you to do three things, if I may. One is to just get up and stretch ever so slightly, just to kind of embody ourselves fully, right? Having absorbed a lot of ideas. So that will be the kind of activity number one, because I've been trying to do that. And please do that also in the comfort of your homes or offices, wherever you are online. I'm trying to suss out where the camera is, I think it's here. And then second, just to take a moment to yourself, not that this will help me find my presentation online, to just take some time to yourself for 2 or 3 minutes, just key things which are staying with you out of everything you've heard today of relevance to your thinking and to your work. Like, what is 1 or 2 key things? So if you just can take a few minutes doing that, and there'll be one final thing to do after that. And finally, if I can just ask you very briefly to turn to your next colleague and just share whatever you feel comfortable sharing from whatever you've written down or thought about, just for very briefly. Everybody who's online, if you can do that by posting it in the chat, so you get to share these ideas with each other. I'm not seeing anything in the chat yet, but I'm hoping that you won't be too shy to share your thinking also online, if you're still with us.
So this the technology way.
Looks like, I don't know. Seems so. Oh, my technology is working, yeah. We shall see. Right. Okay. I hope with the focus on early career researchers that what we are talking about today can help you regardless of your career stage. And I speak as somebody who didn't have a smooth transition throughout academia. My name is Reima Maglajlic. That name can only be pronounced in one country, and that's not the country of my birth. Well, it was in part of it. I was born in former Yugoslavia, and a lot of my work has been informed by the experiencing wars, first in Croatia and then in Bosnia in the early part of the 1990s. I'm a social worker by background, but I have worked because of those experiences in interaction with a range of fields. My main passion is mental health, and particularly when it comes to experiencing distress caused by political conflicts. And I do so by building on those experiences which have shaped me both personally and professionally since the start of my career. I particularly want to talk to you today, and all of the speakers to date have said elements that are of relevance and kind of weave nicely with everything I have said so far. So Dr. Onwumere spoke about how we frequently talk from I perspectives, and I've just done so myself, but I also come from a culture which has collective identities. And I also, when I first came to UK, I would talk about we, and I would frequently be corrected. It's like, who is we? Which we are you talking about, to try and understand what that is. And it took me a long time to unpack that, particularly as somebody who initially thought that I was doing something wrong. But I do come from countries which have strong tradition of collective identities. Dr. Grosse, amazing presentation, touched upon a lot of concepts and principles that I hope you will recognize in what I will talk to about as well. Dr. Lee mentioned expanded view of health and interdisciplinarity being not just addition of different disciplines, but trying to find a compromised view of collectivized understandings, which builds nicely on Dr. Quevado Gomez's work, which we just heard about in terms of social determinants of health, but also co-creating knowledge, which is of relevance for local populations. And very, very importantly, Dr. Forland's comments on the role of aid and international development and who gets to take part and shape and implement those policies, and where funding is based, very, very crucially, is also equally important. So I came to all of this very, very early. My first job and the intersection in development was when I was 21, and I got my first job with UNICEF, and I thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. But as somebody with barely one bit of currency in my pocket, I was put into a white Jeep and then ferried around country to visit different locations where children experiencing war are based, whether they are internally displaced Croats or Bosnians as refugees in Croatia, or children who are on the no man's land attending school right next to the UN forces, right on the border of conflicts. And we were gathering these amazing drawings of how children experience war and what they would like to see. And all of this was going into fundraising efforts somewhere else for UN interventions, importing knowledge from somewhere else and trying to apply it in former Yugoslavia. That was 30 years ago, almost to today, and it still happens in different shape and forms, with some progress and additions and critiques of that approach to present day, which is why I kind of chose this meme, which in the room you might not see fully, which says how it started, Sisyphus job in progress, and how it's going still there. But it's a worthwhile Sisyphus problem to have in many ways. The context, therefore, that I talk about is one focused primarily on my work recently, since 2019 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which does, as Dr. Ross mentioned, lives on an intersection between different colonial influences, albeit not British ones or French ones, but Austro-Hungarian on one side and Ottoman on other. And certainly in terms of mental health and support for mental health services, as seen in the building on the top left corner, which is a large state institution in neighboring Croatia, which was very revolutionary when it was built towards the end of the 19th century. It still is in existence as this large-scale warehouse for people who experience distress and who are sent off to recover in such institutions to present day. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, one good thing that happened during the war, and that's one way to kind of initiate reform in mental health services, is that lots of long-stay institutions, which were never that big of 1,000 people, they were more around 300 people in size, or 500 people, they were bombed, fortunately with nobody in there. All the patients were sent and weaponized in other ways throughout the war, but nobody was harmed in that process. And Italians, doctors and psychiatrists were in charge of the local office of WHO immediately after the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And when they were initially tasked, like many initiatives in the 90s, with rebuilding institutions, they said, well, how about we try a different approach? And how about we try to initiate a reform of mental health services and try to initiate community-based support systems instead? So what happened immediately after the war, initially in one part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is Bosnia is kind of divided and united into 14 different layers of governance, 13 of which have responsibility for health and social care. So there are 13 different ministries for health, for example. Bosnia and Herzegovina has 2 entities. In the north and along this side of the border, there is a Republic of Srpska, and the central part here is divided into 10 cantons, which form part of Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Each canton, based on the Swiss model, has its own Ministry for Health. There is federal and Republic of Srpska entity-based ministries of health. And then in the north here, there is District of Brčko, which is based on the American model, where they were imposed around 1990 and the end of 1996, when Dayton Peace Accords were signed. This was the only way to kind of seize the conflict and ensure some form of peace, but it preserves and remains to present day. So in Federation, the reform of services was started by initiating community mental health centers in primary healthcare settings, which built on former Yugoslav tradition of healthcare support being available free of charge, similar to the NHS, as part of service to the society. We weren't behind the Iron Curtain in former Yugoslavia. We were in a so-called non-aligned movement, which still lives strong, and we were one of the co-founders, not allied to the West, explicitly not allied to, not behind the Iron Curtain. It was still a single-party socialist system, which offered a range of services free of charge. And one of the key reasons why, as an ethnic minority in the country of my birth, I stayed, and of a single parent, I stayed in education, is one of those facilities was to offer scholarships for kids like myself to stay in higher education up to age of 26. So it had a range of systems which intersect together to support the population, and it still preserves and builds on in present day. So what you see in the bottom right corner is an entrance into the health center, which up the stairs and up with the lift, there is a community mental health center, which people can access without any referrals. They can just come and be tended to. And such exists for about 60,000 people, and this one is in northeast Bosnia in a little township called Mrkonjić, which is mainly rural. And when talking there to somebody, the person arrived on his horse. So that is kind of the rural setting of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In parallel to that, in former Yugoslavia, there were associations of citizens, which will allow people in prior to the war to form different special interest groups, but they were also a tool for disabled people's organizing. And they still kind of are used as a framework, legislative framework, to enable people, whether they're patients or with particular set of health issues, so patient collectives, quote unquote, or whether people who have common interests, to organize and provide self-help and self-organizing. And here you can see a photo from one of the local Mrkonjic-based associations for mutual support in mental distress. That will be a kind of direct translation from Bosnian into English. Now, part of my work from 1999 to about 2007 was to support the development of community mental health services. And as part of that, I was involved in a lot of assessments as to progress of community mental health services, as well as a side project that nobody expected or wanted me to do in particular. I supported the development of survivor-run initiatives in mental health. What struck me when I got introduced to particularly MAD studies, which is an emerging movement with across the world of people who have experience of using mental health services and experiences of distress in finding alternatives to psi understandings of that said distress. One thing that I realized thinking about it is that I always spoke to people not about what happened to them, but what they think of services and professionals. So what do you think of the Community Mental Health Centre? What works particularly well for you? What would you, how can it be improved? But the premise of the conversation didn't focus on the people and their experiences, but it focused on the professionals and the role of professionals. It kind of assumed the centrality of professionals in their lives. And that is a particular kind of layers of kind of international involvement, as well as the involvement of professionals, a particular intersection of coercion, culture, and power that intersect across those experiences, and leading to paternalism both in mental health and in development in terms of understanding people's distress and what is the cause of it, which is can be defined as a complex phenomenon that includes both external and internal psychological dimensions in terms of how it's applied, whether formally through particular treatment options that are available to people. PTSD is a very prevalent diagnosis as to how to label and interpret distress and how to approach understanding of it, as well as in terms of how any alternatives, whether community mental health services or anything else, is funded, because it initiated through European funding and with support of WHO. And the work that I was doing was also based around work of international organizations, and working also in those organizations as the local person. And I never ever, despite moving away from Bosnia and Herzegovina, I never became the international experts, although some of us have made that transition successfully. And it's a form of treating that as a form of epistemic injustice is important about who gets to say what the experience is. One of the examples I like to give of that is in relation to what I've only learned about relatively recently. And that is when talking about kind of hidden and forbidden art, I for the first time heard of Peter Howson. Has anyone heard of him? You should look up his work. He's he's a Scottish painter who was sent by the Imperial War Museum to become the official war painter for Britain in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And he went to Bosnia and experienced and went around and visited and spoke to people about his experiences. And being particularly wanting to be an advocate for people's experiences elsewhere, he painted a very visceral account of a woman being raped, which frequently happened during the war to approximately 60,000 women, and it still is used as a weapon of war to date, because similar experiences are being accounted for in Ukraine and in a number of other conflicts. And but that work was seen as way too visceral portrayal to be ever seen. It was seen as forbidden, affecting his work and his well-being too. And when I found out about it, I thought, why send someone to interpret war for you that way? Why not collect Bosnian art? Because we have amazing artists, as do many, all countries around the world have different portrayals. So the work that you see here is a work by Sheila Kameric. It's called Bosnian Girl. And that is actually Sheila herself. And the words that she has on her, written on her image: no teeth, a mustache, smells like shit, Bosnian girl. Those were graffiti that Dutch soldiers left in Srebrenica in one of the houses when they were sent there as UN peacekeeping forces during the war. And this work for me encapsulates and embodies and represents all those experiences far more powerfully. And I think it can communicate that experience very clearly to international audience. In many ways, it's a huge inspiration for me to try and facilitate and connect to people who are trying to do the same with whatever art form or science they are practicing, and no matter their disciplinary background. So in order to counter all of that, and based on the relationships I have built over the past 20 plus years with people who I see as colleagues who have experienced distress themselves during the war, I initiated a study which was funded initially, a pilot was funded through the Independent Social Research Foundation. And we're talking tiny, tiny, tiny pots of money, which mainly for the second leg funded by the British Academy. The funds for that go completely for the work in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I approached survivor activists who I know, survivors of mental health system, to co-create a research project on what are the experiences of people who have experienced stress because or during or after the war. And the study was completely co-produced with people who have experienced distress themselves and who are activists in existing associations of people who for mutual support. That meant that the proposal itself was co-created. So we consulted about what should be funded and how. We consulted on where the research should be done. And it was a collaborative endeavor. My role sometimes was purely administrative and translation, and because not many people speak English. And I can access funds in the UK and elsewhere to fund that kind of work. During preparation of the research, we created a protocol and the interview guides as to what people should be talking, how the conversation should be constructed, where they should be constructed, for how long, what kind of information we want to gather. And then we also interpreted and made sense of the data together. That was part one. The part one of the study was done in Sarajevo, in the capital, with an association based there of professionals and people who use services, and in Tuzla in northeast Bosnia and Herzegovina, where there is the kind of main surviving organization for mutual support in mental distress called Phoenix. In part two, only one of the two researchers I worked with in the first part of the study stayed on, called Halida Vezagic, who also works with the Human Rights Commission in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it was basically, okay, do you want to do some more of this work, but elsewhere in the country? Yes, we need to go there. And she gave me a list of things that she wants to do and who she wants to talk to and why. And for her, it was particularly important to talk not just to men and women from the capitals, but that we go and visit rural areas. It was very important for her, for both of us, to include also LGBTQ plus community representatives as one of the marginalized groups in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Roma associations, which is the key team in the UK, you would refer to the same community as Gypsy, Roma, or Travelers. In former Yugoslavia, across the region, they're mainly referred to as Roma people. And also she wanted to talk to people who also experience health issues and have other forms of, would access other health services and what their experiences are. So we conceptualized, and we were lucky to secure funding for all of this. And very importantly, another ally in opening those doors was Dr. China Mills, who works on similar issues and is active also in the field of MAD studies, to kind of jointly start this endeavor. And when it came to kind of what we found out through this study is that when people gave us accounts of what has happened to them, they do use still very much medical diagnosis and terms that they have heard through interaction with their psychiatrists about what has happened to them. But over the course of conversation, what transpired is that the cause of their distress, they're able to firmly locate as to what the experiences they have had, particularly experiences of violence. So whether it was based as soldiers and experiences they have experienced there, or because of how those experiences were shared with our younger family members since the end of the war, some 25 years ago. Then also issues around my father got ill after the war. He had cancer and lost his mobility, and I held it together while he was still alive. But I really, really broke once he died. And I had to work very hard to regain myself and my strength. And when we were doing this, we were preparing for the study. This was prior to the war in Ukraine. There was this sense of, again, tensions, national tensions, which are built also into how the country is organized now and how kids are taught in schools, 3 versions of history, 3 versions of language, 3 versions of geography. It was kind of all the kind of conflict-related issues were rumbling in the background again. And then when the war in Ukraine started, it was starting to be kind of suppressed slightly, but started to seep into conversations. And people were saying, I have fear of war again with all that is happening in the world today. It gives me a sense of helplessness and fear. I cope with it all somehow, but it's difficult to get used to live under constant threat, fighting for one's life. And for women also, there was another dimension, which is gender-based violence that they experienced, which was the cause of their distress. So when talking to them about at which point they experienced distress most acutely, women would often share stories like this. It was an ordinary day. I was walking home from school when I felt someone put their arm across my mouth from the back and dragged me into nearby bushes. I fought back with all my strength. Just the thought, as I thought all was lost, I heard my brother calling my name. He was running towards me and the rapist ran away. And the impact of those experiences kind of reverberates and shapes. So when we kind of put aside the diagnosis and which help people to interpret their distress, the cause of it all is located in their experiences. So it really kind of foregrounded that what you had spoken about social causes of causes of health and illness, and elsewhere it's called the social model of mental distress, based rooted very much in war and post-war violence and gender-based violence, but also experiences in the broader context, the prevalence of corruption, widespread poverty, general insecurity that people have, not knowing how to make ends meet from one month to the next, and a sense of helplessness that they can't really do anything about it, that this is somehow beyond their control. And then personal issues such as intersecting needs between health and social needs and housing needs, as well as differences between people who have family support and who don't. One thing that was really quite astounding to us was the extent to which particularly Bosniak families were supportive of their family members, and that there was a lot of mutuality in those relationships that they would have. Women mainly in their biological families, men also in the families that they have themselves. And we're not sure whether we would still have discussions about whether it's ethnicity based, that there are some differences among this when we spoke in Serbia to Serbian members of the population and to people who are from Croatian families about a lack of understanding among their families, or is it because there is still a tradition that if somebody becomes distressed, they would be sent off to a long stay hospital in Croatia or in Serbia where they still exist? When we looked and explored experiences of the pandemic, the main key thing that people mentioned was a sense of isolation, which I think we share among all of us. And then when we looked at what kind of helps and supports people sense of health and well-being, people would mention how important families there are to them, whether it's their children or whether it's their older family members, as captured in the quote here about one woman's daughter. Also, people were very complimentary about the support they received from community mental health services, not just because of what, in terms of psychiatric support, but also in terms of finding out what people's rights there are and helping them achieve benefits. And very, very importantly, how important it was for them to spend time with other people, with their peers, and receive peer support. So family help and support central to all of it, and particularly mutual support in families and feeling like a valued contributing member of the family. Support from friends, support from community mental health centres, but as mentioned, mainly around providing information about the rights and entitlements, socialising and activities they provided, advocacy and education they would organise rather than just medical support they would receive, opportunities for employment, and in rural areas that would mainly be working the land, which was found hugely valuable for people and their sense of well-being. The associations for mutual support and peer support they receive, and for people who have faith, they found faith really, really helps them a lot. So what does it suggest in terms of key lessons? And it's important in terms of interdisciplinarity. One of the things that I haven't touched upon here is people really not wanting any form of coercive treatment. And when they do experience any form of coercion, what they actually want is they would very much like a lawyer, just as much as they would need a social worker or psychiatrist or anybody else, they need advocacy and human rights support for their voices to be heard, to have a say in their lives, to have a sense of agency and being heard and listened to. Need to support survivor-run initiatives in mental health to enable that peer support, and need for non-coercive community support that needs to be there, as well as employment opportunities and social welfare assistance, which starts to give us a very different picture from which we need to build our collaborative global health foundations, and where the limits of professional interventions lie as we currently understand them, and how we need to exchange experiences across the globe. I'll stop at this point and hope that it's a good way to stop discussion after a long day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, we can open the floor for questions, reflections. As usual, Omar, if there are others online who want to ask questions, you can direct us. Okay. Any reflections, comments? This wonderful presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, I can ask a question. Since I'm from Austria, Bosnia-Herzegovina is probably one of the regions we have colonized, even though Austria would say this is not colonization, that's the country, right? And then wars happened and part of the country was gone. So I guess a lot of the historians would have interesting or different, however you want to call it, perspective. I think it's very interesting that it's so Croatia, Bosnia, it's so close, and it's still culturally very different to probably Austria or Germany. And I always loved being there and discovering, and also seeing Croatians in the EU, Bosnia-Herzegovina is not. So when I can remember when I was a child and we were going on holidays, we would just fly through, and it was very difficult because of all the border controls going to the Brighton, for example. And for me, it seemed like this, after the war, a lot of people were coming into Austria, and when I went there, it seemed like it was one region with one culture, but in fact, there's so many different cultures living together. And I always wondered what the perfect solution for the West Balkan would be in because it's still not really political stable. There is still a lot of conflict going on, and it's so close, but it seems so far, and not just problems in the health, mental health, physical health, healthcare system, but also on the political level, because it's a wonderful region. It has so much to offer, and I think stability also enables health and well-being, and as a basis. So I wonder if you have an idea, that's too broad, what can be done to give people that basic safety and security to handle physical and mental health.
Political solutions, I think there are so many views of understanding what has happened and what the solutions therefore should be, from past kind of to present and going forward as there are people. What you heard is my account, and I think many other professionals wouldn't necessarily agree with it. But I think that it's important, as was mentioned by a few speakers, that we listen to and try to amplify by the nature of what my work and what my passion is. It's about amplifying the voices of experiences that we interact with through this study and to try provide a better life for them. I think the key element for some better future would be to change the education system so it doesn't create further hatred built into the curricula on which children are brought up. That would be one part of it. But it still has, so it's a country which still has, it's an international protectorate. And I heard recently an Slovene Austrian, a gentleman who was held that role for 10 years and who spoke lovingly about civil society initiatives. That role, that person who embodies that role can single-handedly change all the legislation and the structures and overall, that person, it's a he, usually, but it's always been a he, and always white and always from the West and white, can overrule elections. That's the extent of power that the high representative has in the country. So if you are still a protectorate of the international community, you are not going to move forward, because if somebody tells you constantly what lies on the other side and what would be a solution for the way forward, it would be enabling communities and to really have more say in their lives and to find a way to collaborate. The best thing that we have heard so far through our, and I think that took, 25 years to get there, that slowly all sides are recognizing what we have done to each other, because there were levels of crimes committed against all three peoples, by all three peoples. But the scale of it is something which is still very much controversial. There was, so when it comes to even counting the dead, if you look at international relations literature, or if you look at global development literature, it's always politicized and weaponized based on who is doing the counting. So we're always looking at approximate number of how many people died, how many people are civil war victims, how many people are soldiers who became disabled during the war. And they, in particular, are a group who have been weaponized in Croatia and in Bosnia and in Serbia as well. And are always, with every election, every 4 to 5 years, they are kind of stroked in a particular direction. It's a messy, complex situation, but one which is everybody's life. And constantly, there is a huge, massive brain drain because people don't have opportunities to flourish. And certainly not to flourish in a kind of non-nationalist ways. So there isn't a clear, it's a messy problem with a lot of pain kind of very firmly balled up in the middle of it, which is personal. And it's a difference between an external view and the internal one, and certainly enabling people to have more say in a peaceful way would be a good starting point, and helping to focus on what will enable people to work if they can work and to earn a decent wage out of it. And for that not to be which political party are you a member of, which side are you on, where were you, and such a year, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, but in terms of Austro-Hungarian influence, there is a wonderful friend of mine and a colleague of mine who is a historian, Edin Hajdarpasic, who works in the States, and his work is called, one of his books is Who's Bosnia, based on his PhD, where he went to Vienna, he went to Istanbul, he went to all the former colonial kind of strongholds to look at a particular period of the late 19th century as to how different events in Bosnia were interpreted, depending on who is gazing in, compared to how Bosnians interpret their own experiences. So, and we also very much need to be involved in the kind of work which was described several times today as to what the aid agencies are doing, because a lot of regions are propped up artificially by external funding, which is externally controlled as well, as to how it's spent, what interventions are funded, how they're envisaged, construed, and so on and so forth. There isn't a nice, neat bow on top answer to that question. It's a $1 gazillion question. We don't go to moon as much, we live better lives. Also, I have to put a big disclaimer. I was never a socialist when I lived there, but once I moved to UK, I've learned the understanding of what class means. So I have become a socialist. So any answer you hear will be very much peppered by that. So.
Probably a brief comment on the history. Another question. What we have in the entire region is overt colonialism between different empires, which is the Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with Hungary as a separate colonial force within the dual monarchy, and the Ottoman Empire, which was receding. So, with what the Austrians particularly added to the conflict is to ethnicize the conflict. Ethnicize the conflict in this area was also to include religion into the equation. So what you get is problematic different layers of conflicts with can be ethnicized or put in terms of religion. But the larger question here at stake is that there's a lot of what we call informal colonialism, because Austria-Hungary, Russia, Ottoman Empire were sort of weak empires. The Southeast Europe was the playing ground of what we call informal colonialism, with in particular the German Empire having many economic interests, but not only the Germans, but also the French and the British. So we have formal colonialism, who owns which territory. We have a lot of informal colonialism as well, imperialism in the last half of the 19th century and in the 20th century. So this as an additional comment. I have a very particular question, usually I have a larger question, but this is something I've never pursued in simple discussions. To make me understand something which seems to be mostly ununderstood, which is there's a series of wars, because you related to the last war, which is the war, more or less one of the last wars, which is the one in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because
and Croatia, where I grew up, and where I'm still a citizen of.
So a sequence of military conflicts. That's what you see this way.
Very brief, 10 days, I think, in Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Kosovo, and Macedonia as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you're younger, like most of the early colonialists have no notion of that. There was a sea. So, and
a certain part of the territories was excluded from. Yeah.
And the other, what I remember from this period is it was not just a confrontation between different armies, but a huge involvement of the civil population within these conflicts. A little bit different probably to what we learn today these days from the Ukraine, where we have basically.
Oh, it was an invasion. Yeah, it wasn't an invasion.
Yes.
Yeah, so it wasn't an invasion. Although the nature of the conflict again is something which different groups of people interpret differently. Yeah.
Very naive question, really very naive. But I think in practical terms, probably not that. How could these different military forces tell apart to which ethnic group these civilians belong to? Because they were not living in ghettos. So, but
I'll give you a personal example. Sorry. Yeah.
But probably understand my question. Because what you mentioned is general insecurity as a major key feature of what you
of everyone, for everyone. Yeah.
Because to my understanding, theoretically, everybody was in one way or the other could have been the target for somebody, even from the same probably ethnic group. To my understanding, because they look the same.
No.
They don't. So Muslims look different to.
Look, we don't look different, but we have, well, we do sometimes look, I look differently, which I didn't realize how, from the Croatian women, cis women that I grew up surrounded with in the country of my birth, right? In terms of different parts of my shape. Bosnians would come to Croatia and they would take one look at me and go, "You're one of us," right? And they would recognize me by my face. I can't tell you what about my features makes me Bosniak, but Bosnians take one look at me and they can go, "Yeah, you're one of us." Which for me as a minority who hasn't been exposed to that was quite powerful at that time. The way we differentiate each other is, and what was so bloody about Bosnian conflict is that it was neighbors going against neighbors. The way we differentiate each other is, my full name is Reima Ana Maglajlić. Maglajlić is a Bosnian surname. They can only pronounce it in Bosnia, right? So even in the country of my birth and where I lived first 22 years of my life, they would go, Magla, what? So it's, people differentiate each other by name. Reima is actually a Palestinian name, which my mom gave me, and my parents, I come from an atheist family, but I'm now a very fallen Catholic, but my parents were married in a mosque because my dad was Muslim, but my mom's family is atheist, but other people would label them as kind of Orthodox Christian. So there are a variety of traditions, but the way people differentiate is who people are based on their name, and you know it because you know them. Because the war wasn't an external occupation, but it was a conflict by people who live in the same country. What made it in Croatia, the conflict centered around particular areas of Croatia, simply because of what the country looks like ethnically and otherwise. In Bosnia, it was particularly bloody because all population, in all of this, what frequently happens is that there was a very strong Jewish minority ever since the Ottoman era, when Jews were exiled from Spain, which lived in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is now seldom spoken about. There is a Roma population, so minoritized groups, other ethnic groups are kind of taken out of equation. But the way what has happened in the war is that people were much more mixed. So in terms of, it wasn't that certain ethnic groups only lived in particular territories. If people live in a tower block, in different flats, you would have one Serbian family. I didn't know my ethnic background, having been brought up in Zagreb, which is the capital of Croatia. It's only 4 million people, 1 million of which live in Zagreb. I did not have a concept, because of my family background, of which nationality I had an inkling that is different, and my difference was emphasized in different ways, but it didn't really mark my life until the war started, and then everybody either hid their diversity in their background, if they have family elsewhere or their families from somewhere else, but it's not immediately recognizable in their name. But in Bosnia, the conflict was much more bloody because it was literally a neighbor against the neighbor. And so they knew who the other side was because they knew the people. And that's what made it so devastating in so many ways, because it was people you shared, you know, Christmases or Ramadan with. It was people who you knew through work. And so that makes it that much more painful in so many ways, to say the least.
Yeah, this is what I remember. How does the rapist soldiers with particular background knew that this was information happening?
Then they would know because there were people who would know. Yeah, because you know, because the groups were local soldiers, or they would be based, they were from other parts of the region, or Serbian soldiers that also came in, or Croatian soldiers that also came in. They would have information about where the, you know, or there were predominant villages or areas which were predominantly from one group than the other. And there were, of course, mistakes made, but you would have information because it was based on local life and local sharing of life. And communities were living together under the tagline of brotherhood and unity, which was the pre-war context.
Did you understand that with the background to my question? From the outside, it's very difficult to understand how this
always is. It always is. I think that should be a tagline for today. From the outside, it's difficult to understand, period. We need to involve people from within to actually help us understand, because if we try to bring our understanding of the world, or just our lens as to how we see the world based on who we are, we only can see so much. And if we assume, this relates to, and if you want to see yourself in a situation, you are likely to make quite a grave mistake, particularly in our line of work when we're talking about health. So we need to understand people from within, and we need to allow people to kind of, no matter how out of this world or how different it may sound, to enable people to kind of have more stake and agency about what is going on to their lives and what has happened to them. And to allow also that there will be more than one story. I recently spoke to a colleague who is Palestinian, but who works in Israel. One thing that I didn't appreciate is that for somebody of their generation, that Hebrew is their second language, but really, you know, a second language which they learned later in life, not one which they held all throughout their life. And in order to work, they really have to actively translate everything into a second language. So there are things that we constantly assume based on our knowledge and our experience and of who we are to another situation. And what really I would encourage, if I may, is that we find ways to kind of listen to each other with much more open eyes and try to find some understandings in the middle, because that's the only way. And to really not rely on one or two people. Because you always, you know, will get you will get a completely different answer probably from somebody else from my region on that same topic, more than likely. I hope that answers your question. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Is there any questions in the chat?
Oh, I think people have chatted out.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know where this one. No, I think that's from earlier, but we have to be, it sounds like a relevant comment from Maureen anyway. We have to be very intentional about translating this knowledge on decolonizing global health, planetary health, African health concepts, disparities and priorities into actions in our research areas. And that, yeah, and in terms of our understanding of whatever particular aspect of it and specialism we're talking about.
Okay, so
thank you.
Thank you very much. So I now invite Roxanne to bring this to our end.
Well,
Absolutely enormous thanks to all of our speakers all throughout the day, but especially this afternoon, as this is my first chance to thank you. Thank you to everyone joining online and in person, and those I think who are going to watch this back later, because we had a lot of people register who haven't joined, and I imagine what they're hoping is they can watch the recording. I was waiting to see just how sensitive our Q&A was, but I think, does everyone in the room, and please tell me on the chat as well, feel this is shareable in terms of, I don't think we have any personal disclosure. I think it would be lovely to disseminate this as widely as possible to our colleagues, especially. I think often with topics of equity, diversity, inclusion, it is often those who are already very committed to this as important to come to the events. And actually it's our colleagues who are dismissive or less concerned that we probably do want to watch these talks and think these thoughts. So we will disseminate it. Omar has kindly put in the chat a link for feedback, and I've got a QR code here for people in the room. We'd love to hear what you thought, good and bad. It's really helpful to learn and improve. And then, as I said at the beginning, we don't want this to be a one-off. It's very easy to go on really, go to an inspiring talk or a really thought-provoking day that's so disparate from your normal work that you think, oh, that's really interesting, and then kind of leave it behind and not do, as Dr. Juliana said, take action. So if you have time to either join us online or in person tomorrow for just a few hours, 10 till 1, we will be here in the same room talking about all the possible things we could do to take this work forward, and we would love for you to join us. If you're not able to, I will find a way to include people subsequently through email and things. I think with that, on that note, I'll end the recording. Thank you everyone online.